Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Marta Fernandez, chairing the session on healthy buildings. We are a bit delayed in the conference program and we'll be able to start in 5 minutes. So hang on in there if you're online. We'll be with you in 5 minutes. that wasn't a good start. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marta Fernandez. I'm the Executive Director of RMIT Europe. I'm also a member of ECTP and member of the steering committee and the presidium of ECTP. And it's a real pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Also, welcome to those that are joining online for this session on how the built environment can promote health and well-being. And I should mention for a start that I'm co-chairing this session with Heliante Court, who should be online, and she was unfortunately not able to join us physically here. And I'll just provide a bit of context before we go into the fantastic set of speakers that we have this afternoon. So the relationship between buildings, communities, and health is not new. If we think back to the cholera pandemic, it was combined with technological and scientific advancement was key at making visible the role that the built environment has in health. And this had an impact at the time on city planning, on building codes, and programs on public health and progress in public health and sanitation. What has happened after that is that chronic conditions have been less successful at driving change in the built environment. Perhaps the COVID-19 pandemic has renewed that sense of urgency and the interest of the role that buildings play in health. And we must remember that we all spend more than 90% of our time indoors. And of that, if you think about the conditionants to our health, more than 60% of the determinants of health are actually related to the environment. So this means that our health begins at home, at work, and in all the spaces that we frequent in our daily basis. And that the ultimate goal of our buildings and our communities should be not only to minimize environmental impact, but to create an ongoing positive human experience. So we need to consider air quality, noise, light, access to nature, bicycle lanes, community engagement opportunities. All of those things have a positive impact on health and well-being. And that needs to be really an integral element when we are discussing the low-carbon transition. Because if we are driving towards a regenerative and sustainable future, we need to look after not only the planet's health, but also the people's health. And as it was mentioned by the European Commission this morning, the dialogue that we're going to have now is very well aligned to the new European Bauhaus principles of inclusiveness and design. So now I'm going to hand over to Heliante in case she would like to add some brief words before we start with our panel of speakers.
On site, but we will do it like this. I just want to add that looking at the built environment, we usually think about the perspective of people, healthy people. While it will also be good to consider those with already having some issue with their health, chronically disease, or those with a mental disability displaying challenging behavior, because for them the built environment is also very relevant and affects their quality of life as well, and also their longevity. And while looking at health and quality of life, it's also good to consider the sustainability of the built environment. So looking at the use or reuse of materials, as well as thinking about how we can design the built environment more smart, more efficient. For instance, use daylight more efficiently instead of artificial light. Well, as you have seen in the program, there will be several aspects addressed in this session, so maybe we can move on.
Thank you very much, Heliante.
Thank you.
Thanks. And now we'll move to our first speaker, Maria Aguilar. She's the Director of Operations in Europe of the International Wellbeing Institute. And her role is to support early adopters on the well-being standard by facilitating communication with the technical experts of the Institute to provide international translation alternative adherence pathways, and alignment with European sustainability rating tools. Anne-Marie's expertise in environmental sustainability and well-being has helped deliver a strategic adoption of WELL in the UK, Ireland, and continental Europe. Over to you, Anne-Marie.
Great. Thank you both for such a lovely introduction. Really excited to be here today and talk about the Healthy Buildings movement. As Marta just said, I'm Senior Vice President of the IWBI across
use resources inefficiently, suffer from pollution, noise and light pollution, has mobility problems, congestion. We see a great inefficient use of our resources, like our mobility systems. Our cars are 95% of the time just stop, not providing the service they are intended. So this is all an opportunity. And this opportunity was reflected also in the COVID pandemic. This is the point where we saw that the cities could really reconnect with the natural environment where they are settled. The COVID allowed us to stop activity and then suddenly started listening again to the noises of nature, for example, and seeing the sky clean again. So this is really an opportunity that we had to take in the pathway to regenerative cities. So this is a challenge that we are going to tackle, and we need a systems thinking approach, an integrated approach for really addressing the complex problems that city poses. We like to use the STEP methodology to tackle them, where I understand this is not going to be seen very clearly. It's a very complex system. Just focus on the fact that we need to have in mind these 5 elements: social elements, ecological elements, technological, economical, but also political elements, to really come up with a model that really takes into account urban resilience, ecosystem services, like a use efficient of resources, a new governance model, really, to start thinking about regenerative cities. So how is the pathway towards a healthy city? Well, I like to start always talking about health in terms of not the absence of disease, but something more complex. Healthy city is defined by a process. It's not an outcome. It is a continuous evolution of the spaces, how we set up our communities in such a way that people can really thrive and can really develop the maximum potential in their lives. So that's really a health and a healthy city. And if we look at this model that was developed by Luke Eckhout and EVR architects, we see that really the healthy city, the urban village model that is considered like healthy, it is a mix of many different elements. It is not something that is just focusing on the health and well-being of the people, looking just at the health of the population. It is about resiliency, having a city that is adaptable, able to withstand any shock and stresses that might suffer. It is a smart city that is data-driven, where really this is evolving according to information that we receive from our systems. It is bringing in natural processes and ecosystem services as part of the way in which the city functions. It is about being accessible. It is about being regenerative and circular. So all this is essential for having a city that is inclusive, that keeps health and well-being of the occupants, and is really enabling participation. And yes, in looking at that model, we can start thinking also about how is a regenerative city. Well, the regenerative city is a transition from the way in which we understand today the design, from technical components, towards a different understanding of what is the design of a regenerative city, where we design as we do with living systems. A city is a living system. Is part of a ecosystem where the flows are in synergy, are symbiotic. So we are right now in a city model where we are trying to mitigate the losses, ecological losses that we are having. We are passing from conventional design to green to sustainable, now looking at restorative, trying to fix the damage we have caused, but now we have to start thinking about regenerative. Regenerative means that the city functions self-regenerating itself, and all the the flows in the city have to really contribute. It is a city that is accessible, it is symbiotic, resilient, livable, equitable, and ecological, maintaining the relationship with nature. So if we look at the ecosystem services that we get when we achieve this model, the regenerative city model, we see that the benefits are ecological because we improve the environment where we live. There are economical benefits also associated with that because we see the increase in the value of the land. And we are also looking at social benefits, really, because we are contributing to a more cohesive and engaged community. So nature and culture, really, the human habitat construction is really about engaging with nature. It is not something that we can separate from the way we live. And the last step is how we can move towards also a circular city. Well, if we look at the principles of the circular economy set up by the MacArthur Foundation, we see that there are three main aspects that we have to consider in a city. It's about designing not to waste and pollution. It's about keeping products and systems in the value chain the most of we can, really, the longest the better. And it's also about regenerating natural systems. And in the built environment, we see that in 6 principles, it is about really maintaining our building stock functional as much as we can. It is about switching to low carbon technologies, but also more efficient design. It is about recover, reuse, and repurpose materials that we use in the built environment. And in the operation, it is about really retrofitting, coming back, returning our building stock to an efficient operational mode. And it's about changing the property mindset into a service-driven economy. And the opportunity is there, and it's set up just by the cities because they have the density able to generate these patterns and flows. It has the scale to generate new business models. It has the capacity of developing new governance models that can really influence this vision. It has the access to funds, and it has the capacity of creating and foster collaboration in the communities. They can be really the catalyst to this new model. And just to finish, just some examples how a healthy cities can look like. So the 15 city models is essentially a healthy city in these systems. Also, like interventions that are trying to bring biodiversity into the city again are reporting huge health benefits, like we can see in this intervention in London, with an increase of more than 60% on perception of health and well-being in the occupants. Bringing interventions like we show in the Cities Alive report that we did in Arup, trying to see how we can insert this acupuncture model in the city with natural solutions. Urban agriculture, regenerative systems and productive systems like this one with energy, or the model that the new European Bauhaus is bringing, where we can really reinvent the way in which we build construction materials. So really, this is about building green and thriving neighborhoods that are going to be the pathway towards healthy cities. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Susana, for an excellent presentation, and great to bring that more urban perspective into the conversation of health and well-being, and kind of pushing us and challenging us from moving from sustainability into regeneration. So I don't know if we can go back to online. Go back. Yes. Okay, so then we go back to Anne-Marie Aguilar. I already introduced her before, so if she's there, over to you, Anne-Marie.
This one again, awesome. Just going to quickly move to this slide because I think this really puts into perspective some of the major challenges that we're dealing with today. We're looking at obviously the rising awareness of climate change as a major public health issue, but also alongside of that, the important aspects of diversity, equity, and inclusion, mental health and resilience, and the important topic right now of ESG alignment. And the well building standard, we were quite fortunate to be talking about this topic back in 2014 when we initially launched the well building standard. In 2018, we realized that it's important to expand this across communities, looking at a well community master plan tool. And in 2019, released a product that we call the Well Portfolio, which really helps customers and clients of ours who have multiple buildings. And now where we are today is looking at 2020 and 21 with the emergence of this pandemic and how we responded to that by finding a tool called the Well Health Safety Rating that allowed companies to reopen buildings post-COVID. And as we move forward to 2022, we'll be looking at other multiple programs that we can help support the community. You'll quickly see here that we had an explosive demand for well on the back end of the initial COVID response. So we are seeing now that health and well-being has become center stage in creating spaces that we know will improve people's health. So just a little bit of detail to give you guys some background. As Marta said earlier, we spend over 90% of our time indoors. During COVID, this went as high as 97%. And really understanding, again, that our genetic makeup is not the important determinant of our health. As you can see here in this pie chart, our physical and social environment alongside our health and lifestyle behavior has the biggest impact for chronic health. And let's talk a little bit about the detail. Like I mentioned, in 2014, we started delivering the Well Building Standard. We started in 3 countries. We're now in 99 countries with over 3 billion square feet. So you can see here that there's an immediate understanding now that the built environment does have a huge impact on our health. We've also been fortunate to work with third-party providers, so we also certify our products and building rating systems alongside the Green Business Certification Institute. Folks will be familiar with that because they are the same body that certify LEED programs and buildings. And just to talk a little bit of detail about the actual standard, what's quite unique about a building rating system that's focused on human health is that it brings together 3 often disparate groups. One is HR, the second is facilities management, and the third group are really the design team. So with an opportunity now to look at corporate team players that are now coming together to understand the impacts of healthy building design, we're seeing these 3 groups work closer and closer together. And in terms of detail, these are the 10 main concepts that we look at. And you'll notice really quickly that some of these are quite familiar in any building design team, such as air, thermal comfort, light, acoustics. But you'll also see some outliers. So let's go quickly through the 10 so that you can really get a taste of like what this means to a building. Obviously, air, we've all realized the importance of air. So we're looking at air quality management, ventilation design, pollution control, and really setting up air quality monitoring and awareness. And this has never been more important than a post-COVID environment. When we speak about water, we are not looking at water reduction. We're working and thinking about the impact that hydration has on mental health. So really looking about promoting drinking water in the built environment and finding really strategic ways of building habits around water consumption. And there's quite a bit of protocol here about performance metrics and testing of water quality. The third area, which I think, again, is quite a big surprise for the building environment to be thinking about, but food is an obvious choice that we need to be thinking about. And how do we design spaces around mindful eating and also putting pressure on our food provision to be more transparent about what the kinds of foods are that we are providing, and a really important capacity to change things like portion control. Another area that has had quite a bit of research and focus is the impact of natural light on our circadian rhythm and also the negative impact of artificial light on our circadian rhythm. So how do we design buildings to have a greater opportunity to capture natural daylight? And if not, how do we recognize circadian lighting systems to help us keep that sleep-wake cycle? The next category is around movement, and I know we know that obesity and diabetes are one of the 2 largest chronic disease challenges that we have globally. So how do we design both our buildings and communities to be more walkable, to get people to be moving away from these sedentary lifestyles, and not just providing people with a gym membership, but finding ways to design the building that actually get people moving. We realize that thermal comfort and the following slide around sound are very typical building required dynamics, but here we start to really look at the impact that these issues have on our health and our mental health. And the last three areas are going to talk about material health, where we're putting quite a bit of pressure on the supply chain to provide materials without chemicals and VOCs that are also implicating and causing problems within our air quality. And I'm really proud that the Well Building Standard has quite a few credits and features that speak specifically around mental health and how we can create more biophilic environments to really provide restorative opportunities for folks. And the last category is on community, where we deal really with the sort of HR protocol, which has been really a very strong part of the overall program. So just to give you a bit of insight around the program, Well V2 or version 2 is our most latest program, and it's dynamic in that you can work across any type of building typology with this program. And the hallmark of Well is really around on-site testing, and never has that been more important when we look at things like air quality, water quality, and acoustics. The four categories for Well are really based on a point system, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. But I will mention that we have a really strong relationship between people and planetary health. So we have really strong crosswalks across very important and globally recognized sustainability rating tools like LEED and BREEAM, and similar to that with our Well Community Standard. Like I mentioned, we had a very strong COVID-19 response where we brought together professionals from around the world. We had 600 folks on our task force that were able to really help us understand how the buildings need to respond to these viruses and how we can come up with something to support the reopening of buildings, which was in fact the Well Health Safety Rating, which focuses on a very small selection of features within Well, only 15, and they deal specifically with these four important categories, and really understanding how these tend to implicate our built environment. We've got huge amounts of resources for our staff and for our customers, and we're also now seeing the fantastic gold dust, which talks about reduced absenteeism, increased productivity, and really starting to see that investments in these spaces actually pay off. As Marta said, our people and human capital are our biggest investment, and this is where we need to focus our time and energy. So thank you so much. It was great to be able to come back to you guys, and sorry about the technology in the beginning, but we're back on track, and passing it back over to Marta. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. So great to see you online. And Marie is actually confined because her son was diagnosed with COVID last week, so she was sorry she couldn't join us. But fantastic to hear from her, and I think it's very important as construction sector to learn more about this certification of increasing interest, as she has shown, that can actually be a driving force, just like LEED and BREEAM have been a driving force for sustainability. Well, will certainly be, and it is a driving force for health and well-being in buildings. And it's something that the occupants of the buildings that we are, working on in this sector, workers in airports, children at schools, office workers, they will be demanding, occupiers of guests in hotels and so on. So, and we must make sure that there is no conflict, as there have been in the past, between energy efficiency and healthy buildings, because there are a lot of energy efficient buildings that are actually labeled as sick buildings. So we must move on from that. So our next speaker is also joining remotely, is Dr. Tom Holbrook. He's a design advisor of the Mayor of London. He is a founding partner of the design agency Fifth Studio and also professor of architecture and urbanism at RMIT University. He's a member of the design panel for HS2, which is the UK's high-speed rail project. And Tom Design Practice explores complex urban regeneration, sustainability, and city resilience. His work has been published internationally and has been recognized across a wide range of awards in the fields of architecture, urban design, infrastructure, planning, and landscape. Over to you, Tom.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And so sorry not to be joining you in Madrid. I just thought it would be useful to reflect on some of our work in London and this issue of health and well-being in our cities. Nature is healing. I mean, we've all found over the pandemic that how necessary it is to reconnect with our natural environment. A walk in the park has become, critically important for our health. But I guess that fundamental issue of exposed by the pandemic has also pointed through things like in the environmental crisis, just how poor our relationship is with nature. And this really, how do we repair this sort of estranged relationship that we have between nature and culture? This sort of idea from the Enlightenment, and how unhelpful that is. And I suppose it may seem strange to turn to our cities for ideas about how to repair that nature-culture split. And yet for millennia, this is a fresco from the early Renaissance in Siena that I turn to often, where this kind of thinking about, what does good government look like? How do we run our cities well? How do we run our cities for social justice, for what are the right infrastructures, and so on. These ideas have been around in our cities and being debated for millennia. Here are a group of city mayors travelling to Glasgow for the last month's session of COP26. The mayor I work for is in the middle here, Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London. I suppose, why city administrations? I think, interestingly, we're in a period where we're seeing the agile ability of city administrations means a return to a kind of new municipalism. Mayors have a greater control of their immediate environment. They're closer to their populations. Generally, they tend to be more progressive. And it's much easier for them to start thinking about multiple policies outside the silo. The Mayor of London's programme is called Good Growth by Design. And you can see here, it brings together quality, sustainability and inclusion in the built environment into kind of one place. And I suppose that's really important from my point of view, because this sort of synthetic ability of how do policies work together to promote health and well-being in the city, ecological urbanism. You can see here, these are some of the documents that have come out of the Good Growth by Design programme. And it really is about joined up policy. It's about industrial intensification, the circular economy, making a city for all Londoners, children and their place in the city, and so on. The other thing we've seen through the pandemic, of course, is the remarkable ability of our public spaces, our streets, to deal with the emergencies. So this is one of 50 streets in London's West End, in Soho, that we transformed in the summer of 2020. To just provide alfresco dining in a city that hasn't really got a tradition of alfresco dining. But what we're going to see, I think, with the climate emergency, is this extraordinary ability that mayors have and the public administrations have to use this space to deal with unforeseen issues coming forward. And this is going to become increasingly important. Of course, it's not a new thing. This is a photograph from 1935 showing tuberculosis patients in London opposite the Houses of Parliament being treated in the open air before we had penicillin. And of course, cholera and typhoid and other emergencies have led cities to develop new infrastructures. Drainage, water supplies have come out of a kind of a reaction to previous health emergencies. And in London, in the late or early 1950s, the great smogs shown here led to the Clean Air Act, which removed coal-fired power generation from the cities, coal-fired heating within people's houses. And you can see this is a current issue. Air quality is still a very big issue in all our cities, how to promote better public transport rather than car use that you can see here persists from the 1950s. This is an image from the very first London plan coming out of the last years of the Second World War in 1944. And it depicts a modernist idea of the city, that London as a city of 1,000 villages, with modernist separation between functions, between industry and housing. What we're now seeing is those darker industrial areas that I've flagged up here in pink. This is really where London is changing fastest, and it's where we're working most, certainly in the east here. And it coincides with persistent inequality in terms of health outcomes. So if you live in East London, you're likely to die 10 years earlier than if you live in Westminster. Really shocking stuff. And I'll just finish on talking about a project we're working on in the Royal Docks, former industrial area. This extraordinary piece of infrastructure. City Hall is just moving there now, so that the seat of London's government is moving east to this location. And we've been working on really turning this giant piece of infrastructure conceived like a sort of great airport or something, now obsolete, into a well-connected piece of city with the right infrastructures, the right kind of mobility. And you can see this kind of transforming this piece of infrastructure into a series of 15-minute neighborhoods with the right connectivity and activation of those former water spaces, and together with new public spaces in support. And I suppose that real challenge of, how does one make a test bed in London for this idea of ecological urbanism? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. Great presentation and good reminder of the role that design and policy have and on bringing that perspective of health and well-being in cities, and what the capacity that city mayors and city officials have to act and the impact of inaction. So we are now going to move to another level of granularity, more into buildings, now that we've had a couple of presentations on cities. And I'll introduce our next speaker, who's Marco Gola from Politecnico di Milano. Marco is an architect and researcher at Politecnico di Milano. He's also a collaborator with the National Health Institute in Rome. His specialization is in hospital design, and he's taking part in a number of research projects related to healthcare design. He's been analyzing the hospital performance data, functional hospital layout, and furniture design. And his field of research is in indoor air quality and healing settings, in particular related to pollutants. So Marco is going to talk to us about how buildings can be health promoters. Over to you, Marco.
I try to answer to this question. Thank you to everybody, and thank you for this invitation. I'm an architect for public health, so I try to merge what are the effects related to the health in relation to the built environment. In particular, today we will speak about the indoor air, and Marie has already argued some of the topic, and I will try to focus in particular on how the buildings can be a health promoter. In particular, when we speak about indoor air, so speaking about the generic space, so indoor spaces, it's very important to understand what are the air, what is the air that the users breathe during their daily life. They stay around 19% of their daily inside the indoor spaces, and this is very important. In particular, when during the winter we ask and the government suggests to do not open the window because there is a lot of pollution in outdoor, we are studying the fact that the indoor air is the sum of the outdoor air plus the internal source due to different pollutants that we can find inside the space. In particular, it's very important, this topic, because several researchers are working on the indoor air quality, but it's a very wide topic in which we have to continue to study. If the biological and the physical contaminants are already well known, well investigated, the chemical one in this moment needs to be more and more improved, as the WHO in this moment is doing. Why? Because we have effects on the health, and studying and working with doctors, we know that the epidemiological data request a lot of time for understanding and for analyzing what are the effects on health. It's very interesting, just starting from a work by Gaetano Settimo, who is a researcher at the the National Health Institute in Rome, but he collaborates also with the WHO and in particular the Indoor Air Group. The fact that if we try to compare in in Europe, the different values that the different countries suggest, in this moment we found different ideas, different suggestions, different guidelines. There is not a common work that we are doing. In this moment, Horizon Europe is working on that side. And in particular, it's very interesting, the work that we try to do, starting from the existing guidelines, starting from different protocols, starting from guidelines, the fact that we try to merge what in this moment about generic spaces, generic environment is suggested in terms of chemical pollution. We are lucky because especially France, the National Service of the Environment for the Environment Quality, is giving a lot of documents on that side, in particular about the kindergarten, so places in which we find vulnerable users as the little children. What we done, Marta present myself as an expert about hospital design. I just have a focus on the inpatient room that can be similar to the our bedroom, our living rooms. And in particular, we done a systematic review in which we try to understand what are the different factors. Anne-Marie, but also Tom, has just speak about some of these factors. We try to classify them and to understand what are the different effects that can affect the hair. In particular, if we speak about the outdoor, so the air that comes from the external area of the hospital, of our buildings, is strongly related to the traffic, is strongly related to the localization of in the city. As well, it's very important to understand what is the effect from outdoor to indoor. So how the air go inside through the windows, through the windows opening, or through ventilation systems. In the same time, it's very important to understand how the solar exposure can affect and can increase the temperature inside the space, and so the material lost, and improve the box inside the spaces. As well, the management and cleaning activities, attention to the products that you use on the materials, because a lot of time we found that you use detergents that are not correctly used and adequate to the surface that you are using. Speaking about the humans, also the behavior of the users, what they do inside the space can highly affect, in particular if their health status is very reduced, is very strongly affected. As well, the design factors, starting from the dimension of the space, starting from the materials, starting from the furniture, that can have different pollutants during the time. And so how we can act, how we can improve this knowledge, starting from the behavior, starting from management, and a very specific attention on the action that we can improve. Attention to the materials and also to the maintenance and cleaning activities that we can done. As well, also the fact that the ventilation system can support us through the ventilation and the filters to clean and to improve the quality inside. Starting from the systematic review, we found a lot of works from different colleagues. In particular, there are a lot of colleagues who are working on simulation. This is a very important topic, but attention, simulations sometimes do not respond to all the questions, to all the factors. Typically, we forget the materials, we forget the presence of the users, we lack of some content, but it's very important because the simulation permits us to understand what are the trends and what can happen inside the space. As well, thinking to the monitoring activities, can be a very important strategy for understanding what's happening inside the space. But remember, we have to understand also what's happening outside for understanding if in indoor, the internal sources highly affect the quality of the space. I just go to conclude. If we speak with the National Health Institute, when we need to do monitoring activities, they suggest to use very specific, very detailed devices. Because if we need to fix some values, to give the guidelines, it is very important to use active or passive samplers. But in the same time, if we need to think that the spaces can be health promoter, it's very important the fact that the users today can use a lot of very simple devices that can permit to understand and to highlight them if the space where they are is healthy or not. We try to do like a decalogue that we try to apply in different contexts, not only in inpatient rooms, that can be useful for the designer to understand what are the best practices, starting from the design, starting from the management, as well from the user's behavior. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you understand all the topics that I try to argue in these 8 minutes.
No. Thank you very much, Marco, for your presentation and for giving us that perspective and more detail on what represents then the evidence base for decision making when it comes to air quality. So we're going to move now to our next speaker, Silvia Urra. She's going to talk to us about the Urban Age project and the Homes for Life project. Silvia is an architect and senior researcher in Tecnalia. She has been involved in research and innovation projects related to adapting living environments to the needs of the aging population for more than 10 years. And she has experience in building construction and refurbishment. She is currently involved in Urban Age, which focuses on building friendlier cities for older people from an urban planning perspective, as well as the Smart and City SCC1 EU project coordination team, and was the coordinator of the Homes for Life project. Over to you, Silvia.
Thank you very much, Marta, and thank you to the other speakers for the floor that have established for me. I'm going to explain 2 specific cases that are related of how the cities have to be adapted to the needs of our future selves, because we are talking about healthy cities, but as Eliante has said at the beginning, we have to think also in not just in the healthy people in the cities, but also in the people that is not so healthy or that is in another processes. So I am going to explain 2 different projects. I don't know what I have to. Yes? No? No? Este chisme.
Tienes, sí. Flechitas de izquierda a derecha y sí.
It's not working, sorry. Well, I'm going to explain 2 practical cases of 2 projects. One is already finished and the other one is ongoing now. The first one is Homes for Life. It's more focused on the Homes for All Life course. And the second one is Urban Age and is more focused on the urban level. So to start with a quick definition, as WHO says, the World Health Organization says, healthy aging doesn't mean the absence of disease. It means people's ability to do the things they value most. And this ability depends on the intrinsic capacity we have, our physical and our mental health, but also depends on the environment in which we live. As we have said in the COVID situation, and has already been said by the other speakers, we have seen a lot of different situations on loneliness and isolation and the effect this has had in the health of people. Also, we know that accessibility and habitability issues have a big impact on the way we live and on our health, and also the access or the non-access to services. The first project I'm going to explain is called Homes for Life. It's a project that started in December 2018 and finished in February this year. The ECTP was a partner of the project itself, and many other partners of the project were also part of the ECTP association. And we also had two different associations. One was Age Platform Europe, representing the older adults in Europe, and Eurocares, that was representing the informal cares in Europe. And also we have a certification body called Certivea. The main outcomes of the project were the Homes for Life vision, that is a document that was produced during the project. I want to say how the vision should be in 2040. And the intention is to provide guidelines and tools for the stakeholders that want to create business and policies around age-friendly environments. So I invite you to check in the webpage and you can download the document. The second outcome was the taxonomy and the KPI definition methodology. We wanted to say what was supposed to be an age-friendly home. And the principles were it should be user-centered driven, it should be flexible, with a holistic life course approach, value-oriented and co-creative. So what we did at the beginning was to establish which ones were the functions that the home should cover, that were the physical, outdoor, personal, social and economic, and then to see the perspectives from the different users, let's say the end user, the relatives and cares, and the organizations. And what we did was to try to find the gaps. Which ones were those, let's say, fields where nobody have said nothing about what should be said. I don't know if I have explained it correctly. So with that, we did build a taxonomy, and the taxonomy was the basis for the development of the Homes for Life certification scheme. There is a new European certification scheme for age-friendly housing in Europe, and is based on a long-term vision of what are the needs and the requirements of people in all the life. So this certification scheme is focused in 5 different clusters. That is personal, social, economic, physical, and outdoor access, and a transversal cluster called management. It's built upon more than 100 requirements, and it has service to the residents or future residents, more than 50. So it has 14 categories in the different clusters, and the 80% of the final score is based on these clusters, and the 20% is based on the service. It has to consider that you can have the certification scheme, you have to have more than 60% of the points of the scoring, and then you can be good practice, very good practice, or best current practice. It was tested in 12 different buildings across Europe. Some of them were in design phase, and other ones were already operational. And now the project finished in February, as I have said, and now the Certivea, that's the certification body that was involved in the project, is working, finalizing the management of the certification scheme with the intention to put it on the market soon. This is an invitation if you are interested in having your building certified, on test how it's going to be part of the advisory committee or to be an assessor. Yes, you can contact us or Hervé, that is part of Certivea, and we will give you the information. And so when we did work in this project, no, it's not working again. The next step was to go to the, let's say, urban scale, because of course we can have an age, let's say a healthy aging at home, but we like to be in our society, and the social dimension of how we age is very important also. So this project was the second one, and it started when the other one finished, and it's called Urban Age, and it's enhanced urban planning for age-friendly cities through disruptive technologies. We consider that there is a huge potential using disruptive technologies in the public sector for the decision-making processes. And for example, in the urban planning field, this potential has not been tested very much. So this project is what it's going to try to do. The intention is to create a data-driven decision-making framework in the field of urban planning using a co-creation strategy with the stakeholders, but using disruptive technologies as the urban digital twin, the big data analytics, artificial intelligence, or gamification techniques. So the project has different partners. Some of them are partners from the ICT field. Other ones are partners from different cities like Helsinki, Santander, and the region of Flanders. And we have also H Platform Europe involved in this project. Cities are, for the most part, the spaces that are imagined and structured with a younger working age demographic in mind. I will say also male. Older people are not typically incorporated into the mainstream of thinking and planning around urban environments. This is from an article from Handler. The intention, what we want to do in the project, is to analyze, model, and simulate the physical conditions for aging well in cities. Things related to accessibility and safety in all areas, including public spaces, streets, public transport, and housing, but also where is the public equipment, the services, or the access to community services. So we are focusing on developing two different, decision-making tools, one in the short term and the other one in the long term. The first one is more focused on identifying which ones are the obstacles in the public domain that may be a problem for people, for older people to really enjoy and be part of the city. And the one in the long term is more focused on public servants. So very much aligned with what Susanna has said, can give the public servants the tool they need to identify in a future in which places of the town they should invest in certain solutions like nature-based solutions or accessibility solutions or other ones. Physical environments must be co-created with older people, and older people association is a process where they have to be involved. And this is what we have been doing during this first year, is co-creation with older adults, co-creation with public servants, and co-creation with both older adults and public servants. And now we are in the second step, starting the second step, and is identifying which are those use cases, how we are going to use the artificial intelligence, how we are going to use the data, what data is needed. And we are now processing the results from that co-creation and translating them to the use cases. So if you want more information of any of the projects, you just can contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Silvia. What a great set of projects. Another one on certification, and good to see so much progress being done in the Urban Age project. And now we are running a little bit behind schedule with the late start, but hopefully we have a time for one or two questions before we close. We have now our last speaker, who's also going to be talking to us about health and well-being from the perspective of the aging population. So we have Karina Dantas, who's been working on healthy and inclusive environments and solutions for the last 20 years. She's the CEO of Shine to Europe. She's chair of the Cost Action Net for Age Friendly and coordinator of the Stakeholders Network on SHAFE, Smart, Healthy, Age-Friendly Environments. And she's also vice president of the European Covenant of Demographic Change. She's member of the expert team developing the EU ethics framework for the ICT profession, as well as team leader for guidelines of ethics, data privacy, and security of the ambient assisted living program. So last but not least, over to you, Karina.
Thank you so much, Marta, for the very kind introduction and also for the invitation. It has been a super interesting panel. So I'm sure everyone is well awake, but I will try to be fast because we are also a bit beyond schedule. So you have already introduced a number of things I'm about to say. One of them, while it was the basis of the invitation today, was to talk to you a little bit about the SHAFE network. And you know it well as ECTP, as you were part of this endeavor from the beginning. It started from our times in the European Innovation Partnership on Active and Healthy Aging. And at this time, we all discussed that people should live in their own homes, in their own communities, of course, older people, but everyone, because SHAFE goes through the whole life course. And in this understanding, we also acknowledged all the challenges and difficulties that we still have to allow people to live in their communities, especially if they have any special needs. So at this point, what we were discussing was how to bring together all of the strategies and policies and, of course, developments that were happening in the digital area with the building industry and try to align this in terms of policies and funding so that then we could ensure that the health systems were resilient and answering the needs, that the social care and the community support were also adequate, and that, of course, we would foster a big quality of life. So based on this, in 2017, we proposed to the European Commission this concept of SHAPE, Smart, Healthy, and Friendly Environments, that should bring together these four areas: digital, building environments, social care, and healthcare. And well, we had great partners, as you can see, involved from the beginning. We were able to gather support from 160 organizations that participated with us during the year of 2018 to deliver a joint statement and a framing paper to the European Commission and to the member states. And for this, after this, we thought that since we had such a wonderful network all together and sharing the same vision, then that we should keep it as a stakeholders network. And that is what happened, and it still is happening. So this joint statement had this shared vision of bringing together different areas of knowledge, of research, and of implementation, and having them talk a little bit more, cooperate a little bit more. But of course, this would also require that there was funding and policy strategies that would allow for its implementation. Of course, that in this vision, research and citizen empowerment would also have to be aligned. And most of the work of the network is based on having citizens at the center of any strategy, development, or project. So this was a bit of the high-level policy framework, but then we needed to cooperate further to implement it in the field. And after this joint statement, we moved on to a task force, let's say, of several members to implement SHAFE in place. Of course, at this point, then the pandemic came, and it brought a lot of different aspects to our realities. For example, we had a big push on digitalization, and suddenly this seems to be disrupting our lives, especially for people who are in more vulnerable positions. Sometimes it is not easy to deal with things as they were, and unfortunately still are, because of the pandemic. And we acknowledge that there were a number of challenges that we need to progress on. And some, of course, are related to citizens, also to the public services, of course, but environments in this case also have a number of challenges. And having affordable housing, being able to retrofit it according to needs and connect this with the digital infrastructures that exist, the public spaces, the transport solutions, and of course, bringing also to the discussion climate issues are key to understand how to proceed. So to scale up and implement SHAFE in place, we proposed 7 political measures to be implemented in regions and member states, and having all of the stakeholders involved. For the building industry specifically, we were asking, how can we build together this smart built environments? And a lot of this has already been presented today, and we are so glad to know that there are a lot going on. But we do believe that there's still a long way to run if we want to be sure that these smart, healthy, friendly environments are actually in place. So as Marta was saying, one of the areas where we have been progressing on the work on SHAFE is through the cost action net for each friendly. This action currently gathers 320 participants of 46 countries. And what it aims is to discuss how can we support the implementation of the smart, healthy indoor and outdoor environments for not only people at a specific age, but that accompany us through the life course. And for this, we aim to involve all of the relevant stakeholders, in this case, engaging the quadruple helix, having citizens, public authorities, standards and regulatory organizations, business, caregivers, NGOs, academics, and scientists. And we have all of these in the network. The main goal of this cost action is to advocate for solutions that don't force people to adapt to the environments or to the solutions or services, but instead to try to co-create solutions, services, and environments that grow with the people, with the person, and respond to any needs that he or she may have during the life course and at any age or condition. So these would be what we call the true smart, healthy, age-friendly environments. And of course, for this, we are analyzing different possibilities of healthy environment solutions that can support this. Also on the side of digital, what kind of different solutions, services, etc. we can implement. And of course, try to connect this with housing, outdoor spaces, buildings, mobility, and others. This is the configuration of our work. It goes through these 3 different areas as working group 1, 2, and 3. And then these should all go together into a reference framework that puts these areas into connection. And of course, needs to be understood in terms of impact and sustainability. And to do so, the key aspect that we are still working on is what are the feasible, realistic, and achievable business models that we can propose to scale up implementation of SHAPE throughout Europe and beyond. This is possibly something that also is of interest of ECTP members today. It is for sure also of ours, and it will be one of our main focus for the next period. That was all. I hope it was clear, but I'm also happy to answer to any questions that may come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Karina. Great presentation and great to be part of Net4Age as well. And maybe a bit of a reminder, these 2 presentations were more focused on aging, which was the origins of the committee that now is called Build for Life, formerly called Active Aging and Design. And great to see that if the numbers of people in the room are any indication of the increase in interest in health and well-being, we've been doing quite well since we moved from exclusive focus on aging into the understanding that aging is a lifelong process. And if we want to get there healthy and well, we need to start a lot earlier. So we have a little bit of time, maybe 10 minutes for discussion, maybe not, maybe 1 or 2 questions, hopefully. Yeah, so... Okay. They do it to you, and then you transmit. Okay, I will repeat the question, and perhaps if I'll just throw one whilst you think about your questions and say your name and affiliation as you ask. But I wanted to just ask, what do you think, to all speakers, anyone that want to take it up, what do you think is one of the major challenges that is, not increasing the uptake of health and well-being as a driving force for the low-carbon transformation? What are the challenges to drive that health and well-being and put it at the center?
I'm happy to jump in, Marta, if that helps. I'll kick off. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. For me, I think personally some of the reasons why we don't see more uptake is that it just feels quite ambiguous at times. And I think folks need to have more confidence in the standards and the tools that are out there to help build that initial framework. I think if we look back to where sustainability was 20 years ago, there was that same level of confusion about, well, where do we start? How do we know that we're making progress? And I think we need to really be unafraid of taking that first step and starting to measure things like reduced absenteeism, reduced risk of health claims. Really start looking at your population, understanding what's really unwell or what are the concerns that they have, whether it's at an NHS level or at a local health community, and try and understand how best to tackle those health conditions through the built environment. And I think you'll start to really learn more about the impacts of things like air and light and noise by doing things like that. And I think it's through that experience that I think will bring people greater clarity, and it won't feel like such an intangible topic to get around.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Susanna, you want to answer?
Yeah, well, continuing the line of Anne-Marie's answer, I think one of the main aspects that are really challenging this understanding is the lack of capacity for quantifying the impact. I mean, we are very used to set up strategies that we can calculate in terms of payback, economic value. And that's really challenging with health and well-being, because we need a lot of research to be able to understand the impact of unhealthy environments and start translating lack of productivity, absenteeism, all the impacts of in the health of people in terms of economic factors. So it's about monetization and lack of data, what is really a challenge right now, in my view.
Thank you, Susanna. And any other of the speakers want to take the question, or else I invite attendees to raise their hands. And Tom,
Marta, can you hear me? I think online there are several. Tom and also Karina wants to respond.
Thanks, Tom.
Yes, I mean, I think one thing that really shocked me was looking back through some historical mappings. I mean, a number of speakers here have been talking about data and mapping and monitoring, and those are really, really important. But I've been looking back over some 19th century maps that really were starting to record some of the great poverty and health inequalities in London, and realizing that those problems 2 centuries later still persist in the same areas. And I guess one of the things that we know is that health is not distributed evenly across our cities. And the pandemic's really exposed just how different people's experiences of health inequality, but also, you know, whether they have to go out to work or whether they can work from home, those kind of things have really become very clear. And I think will become clearer through, you know, as climate change kicks in. This is a huge problem for us, and actually it's a hidden problem that will only become more and more evident.
Thank you, Tom. Karina, you wanted to come in?
Yes, please. I think that a number of very relevant issues were already brought forward by the colleagues, but I would possibly add one, which is the fact that I think that health and well-being are still seen as in a very strict sense by authorities, by governments, by member states, and this sometimes makes all the funding, all the priorities be very connected to health systems, especially connected to primary care or hospitals or etc., and not really to the person in her various environments. So sometimes, of course, we don't consider, for example, retrofitting of housing as a major priority in health, but it is, because, for example, in the winter, people who have no heating have a very increased possibility of having respiratory diseases, for example. So I do think that if we see health and well-being in a much more broader way, perhaps this would also bring the connection to the need to increase built environments. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. We have time for one more question before I invite Heliante to wrap up the session. Yeah, because I have Gianmarco. You wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, yes.
Just to repeat the question of Gianmarco so people online can hear it, is about what economic models there might be there to drive sustainability in the built environment and the inclusion of health and well-being, because that might also be one of the major hurdles for uptake. So any one of the speakers would like to comment on this? It's a difficult question, Gianmarco.
If you can give some more elements, for example, after the pandemic, also So the sanitary system is changing and it's more integrated into houses rather than into hospitals and a few centralized locations. So this is something that it's happening, but it's difficult to be realized concretely. So, and that's a key issue, I think, in putting together the built environment with the health.
Yes. Any of the speakers want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that is aligned with what Susanna has said. I mean, as no one is doing these studies on the time, analyzing the effects and what are the results, it's difficult to really, the social return of investment is not seen as an investment or a return. And the improvement of the quality of life of people is not seen as a business option. So I think that is something that we have to work a lot on it to really find a solution. But that question is the question, I think.
I mean, and generally, when you are thinking about cities, what happens? You're investing in one sector, gardens and public spaces, but the benefit is brought back through the health department. So, and when there is that lack of dialogue between the two, there's, everyone is driving in their own direction. We have a European project that we're running with IS Global in Barcelona, which is about about social prescription of green spaces to combat isolation and the health impact of isolation. And it's mobilizing the built environment sector together with the health. Is one of the most challenging aspects to get that dialogue.
Yes, just to add that we hope that the social taxonomy that is being developed now by the European Commission will also address that and will promote the development of new economic models, and investment will be channeled towards this social impact, that where health is one part of that. It's not just that, but we hope that will happen.
Yeah, if I can complement, I think.
So just for online participants, Gianmarco closed it saying that it's about mobilizing public and private investment to drive the change. So I think this brings us to the end of our panel, just about on time, given that we started a bit later. And I would like to invite my co-chair, Heliante, to just say some final wrap-up words.
Yes, thank you, Marta. And I will start by leaving you with a question. You don't need to answer it, but I was wondering what kind of infrastructure on city level or building level can be developed regarding COVID. Because looking at the presentation from Tom, looking at the history, probably there will be urgency to have different infrastructure while we have COVID. The presentation of Susanna, we started with the presentation, was very inspiring, saying that we need to move from the conventional city towards regenerative cities, while currently cities, municipality are still struggling to achieve green cities. The presentation of Anne-Marie regarding the well building and the well portfolios are highly interesting when looking at offices, utilities, buildings. While there is, of course, a challenge also due to COVID, because we moved towards working at home. We're looking at in the Netherlands, the regulations are going to change regarding the reimbursement of traveling costs towards reimbursements of working at home. So there will be a challenge maybe in that portfolio. The presentation of Marco, more in depth on indoor air quality. Very interesting about how indoor air quality affects people's life, and very focused on the chemical agents. In the past, there was more focus on the biological agents, of course, but the chemical agents, those which we cannot see and sometimes even not smell, highly affect us. I was wondering, how is there also knowledge regarding the duration of the exposure, the history of the exposure, and of course the type of the exposure. Looking at the presentation of Sylvia, which she highlighted two projects, the Homes for Life project. I think all of us can use that in our work regarding to construct the age-friendly environments. The Urban Age project is highly challenging when using disruptive technologies to gather data about how aging people will move and use the city environment. And last presentation of Corina regarding the SHAPE project, that's also looking at healthy environment, healthy aging environment, and pressing on that it is highly relevant to include the citizens themselves. Well, as I can say, we have seen here presentation where it is relevant to include policymakers, municipality levels, but also users as citizens, but also the professionals using different chemicals. And it will be highly relevant to focus on the implementation of our results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eliante. And then with that, we bring this session to a close. Only left to thank all the speakers and thank all the audience for your participation. And we have the next session starting in 10 minutes. I'm the chair of the next section, so I'm just punishing myself for the late start of the next one. So thank you, everyone. Everyone, my name is Marta Fernandez. I'm the director of RMIT Europe, and it's a real pleasure to be co-chairing the panel this afternoon on urban challenges in the low-carbon transition, here with my co-chair, Paul Kartuvel. So I'll give, before we start, some words of context for the panel, before we move into the fantastic set of speakers that we have for the afternoon. And we've been hearing a lot about cities this morning, and we know that in this urban area that we live in, cities need transformation so that they convert into the regenerative and livable places that are attracting talent, are attracting innovation and investment. And national action is critical and needs to be combined with the development of impactful urban interventions that conserve energy and reduce emissions. We need to have urban development that is considering density, is considering clean and efficient mobility options, local clean energy supply, and efficient waste management. And it can not only contribute to reduce carbon, but also need to be contributing to improve livability. And in particular, in the current post-COVID context, where we've seen our built environment transform our homes into libraries, cafes, workspaces, and play spaces, where we see commercial real estate standing empty, where we saw during the pandemic, and previous speakers have referred to it, how biodiversity returned back to cities, and we all had a chance to experience clean air. Hopefully, all of this has actually turned into a call for action to drive sustainability and transform the way that we live, we work, we grow our cities, and we power our lives. And particularly, we need to consider how governments, as they are reflecting now in the investments in construction and infrastructure as part of the economic recovery packages, it is actually an opportunity for us to be proactive and advance in delivering buildings and infrastructure that are not only helping to develop cities, but are also helping to address the climate change and energy challenges with a human-centric approach. So Nigel Tonks, we heard this morning from the Arab speaker, was talking about these 1,000 cities that are joining forces in their path to low-carbon transition. And here we're going to have speakers sharing with us their journey, their experiences, and their ambitions and views on how to make this low-carbon transition in cities a reality. So I'll invite now my co-chair to add any word as a further way to give context before we introduce our first speaker. Paul.
Yes. Sorry, thank you, Marta. So I'll be really short because we're a bit late and Marta explained already a lot of things. I would just talk by slogans, by saying what we need to do here as an innovation community is to propose a technological innovation for urban regeneration. So the technologies, tools, not objectives. Objectives, urban regeneration. And the other one is also a thought. I think sometimes what we would like to do is urban villages, in the sense that the quality of life that we might have in a smaller community with quiet, with air quality, as you mentioned, with biodiversity, is probably what we try to recover also in the cities. So we'll just make those two comments. And indeed, I'm very impatient to hear our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll move now with further ado to our first speaker of the afternoon. Her name is Barbara Pons Giner. She's the urban planning advisor to the Vice Mayor of Barcelona and leads urban initiatives as part of the Barcelona Green Deal. She has experience both in the private and public sector, where she's held various executive public administration roles. Barbara is an architect with a master's in landscape architecture from Harvard University, specializing in green infrastructure and sustainable urban planning. Currently, she's also part-time faculty staff at Pompeu Fabra University of Barcelona. Over to you, Barbara.
Thank you so much, Marta. I hope you hear me well. First of all, I want to really thank the invitation to participate in this very interesting panel, to the organizers and RMIT. Really thank you for being here. And I also have to say that I'm very sorry I cannot be today in Madrid, in this Palacio Cibeles, where I used to work in another life. for a couple of years. And luckily with technology, I can join online. And I hope you can hear well my contribution today. And I also expect to stick to time as I was asked previously. So what I'm going to share with you today is the strategy of the city of Barcelona, what we call the Barcelona Green Deal, to boost the digital and green transition in the city, both in the economic and urban agendas of the city. Yes, this is working. So this is briefly an overview of the content I want to share with you today, the vision of this Green Deal strategy for Barcelona, the strategic sectors of the economy that we are working with, 10 strategic objectives of the Green Deal, of the plan, how we translate this economic strategy into a map, how we land the economic strategies in the urban environment. It's not a white sheet of paper. We are working on the city, and we just made an effort to very simply work with that. And then how we are moving from the plan to action. I'm going to very briefly share with you 3 actions that are included in this strategic plan, the Green Deal of the Barcelona Green Deal. And I want to explain the content and very briefly how we are dealing with these concrete projects. So the vision, it's very simple. I'm not going to go deep into that, but it's like the European Green Deal, and it's based in the triple bottom line of sustainable development, competitiveness, sustainability, and equity. We want that every action, every strategy that we are impulsing in this plan basically is considering the three aspects of this sustainable development. We want to be competitive in a global economy, also in the local economy. We want to be sustainable, to work within the planetary boundaries. And also we want to leave no one behind. We know the cities are as vulnerable as the most vulnerable neighbor of the city. So we want to be equitable in the actions that we implement. Which sectors is Barcelona trying to integrate in the urban economy of the city? So the first and last are basically transversal vectors of transformation of the economy. The digital sector is more the digital transition that is affecting every sector of the economy. And also the last one, the green and circular economy, is also permeating every sector, is the green transition that we are also aiming to impulse in the economy. And then we have other 5 sectors that are very important already in Barcelona, but we want to really make them more consistent and more interacting among them also, because they are not closed silos. Many of them are permeating each other. So we have the creative industries, creativity and art and culture. Beyond art and culture is just also an economic motor of the city. You know, Barcelona is well known for its architecture, its design, its urban planning, and creativity in general. So that's one of the pillars of our economy, and we want it to be one of the pillars of the 21st century economy. Also the local economy, local commerce and local production of goods and services, especially commerce, local commerce. We, especially after the COVID crisis, we have identified that taking care of the local commerce in our city, in our streets, and in the different neighborhoods is also, it's a multi-sectorial approach that is positive, not only for the economic, but also for the habitability of cities. Also the visitor economy, which includes tourism, but not only tourism, is also everyone that is going to be a Barcelonian for just one night, a few days, a few weeks, or even a couple of years. So this is students that come to Barcelona, also people that come for conferences or events, or people that come to work for Barcelona, for a company for a couple of years. So all this interaction between visitors and locals is one of the important aspects of Barcelona's economy. Also Industry 4.0, which is the industry that is going through the digital and green transition. We want more production near to Barcelona, to the metropolitan area. We also have learned from COVID that it's important to keep production of basic goods near the cities, just in case the international chains of commerce are broken. So we're betting on that. And last but not least, health and biotech sector. We have also learned from this pandemic that putting health and people in the center of every economic, but every public policy is very important. So these are the sectors we are working with. We have translated these sectors and the three bases: fairness, competitiveness, and sustainability into 10 strategic objectives. I will go very quickly from them, which is basically the quality of jobs, putting people in the center. We want to attract more jobs and talent linked to the knowledge-based economy. Also, as I mentioned, the local economy is one of the bases of the new agenda for Barcelona. Excuse me. Also, equity, solidarity, and the social and cooperative economy. It's also another important sector we are working with. Transforming tourism, as I said, in a more sustainable and more compatible sector with local living with more harmony, not creating these disturbances that happened in Barcelona pre-COVID times. We want to also be a benchmark city for hubs of economic activity, for new hubs linked to these sectors that I mentioned. Also fostering the circular economy and ecological transition. Also with competitiveness, we want Barcelona to be also a global reference for all these sectors, to be a benchmark hub for talent, both for creating local talent and for attracting international talent. And also, we want to be the digital capital of Europe. We have the Mobile World Congress, but we are working in many different initiatives, helping startups and scale-ups and to really grow and stay in our city. And also, we from the city council, from the public administration, we also foster entrepreneurship and innovation in these sectors in the city. Okay, so I am going to go very quickly through this set of maps. For those of you who don't know Barcelona, just to explain you how we land all this economic activity on the city. This is more than Barcelona. This is a little bit of the metropolitan area of Barcelona, where you can see the geographical base. We have the sea, Mediterranean Sea. We have the mountains, Coixarola Mountains, and 2 rivers. This is why Barcelona is such a compact and dense city, because it's compressed by geography. In the last 2,000 years, since the Roman foundation of the city, we have built infrastructure on top of this plain of Barcelona: roads, railroads, port, airport, and this is the base of the urban success and the urban activity, economic activity in the city. We are also building still the green infrastructure of the city. You see the rivers, the parks, but also the super blocks, which I will explain also in a moment. This is the residential tissue of the city, which is also one of the bases of the economy. I won't talk a lot about this today, but also the restoration and refurbishing of existing buildings in the city is going to be one of the important pushes of the circular economy in the city, and then also the energy efficiency, which is another vector of the transformation of the agenda. And this is a map which wants to represent the local commerce. The red dots are the municipal markets. Barcelona has one of the most dense networks of municipal markets owned by the city council, which interact with the local commerce and create this commercial activity in main street commercial activity, retail and others along this axis. The darker axes mean that they have more commercial activity on them, and the yellowish are the lighter. So that will be a map of the local economy. And this is a map of the connectivity of Barcelona, the metropolitan and international connectivity. We have the train stations, high-speed rail stations. We have the port, the airport, and also the cables that connect through the sea with data. Barcelona, they are very important nodes for connectivity also, and for the for boosting the digital transition. So this is where I wanted to arrive. This is the map of the Green Deal, and we have identified five areas to accommodate these different sectors in the city, to create clusters and to create interaction with the city. I'm going to go super fast. We have the 2 green areas. This is the Zona Franca. It's an industrial and logistics area in between the port and the airport of Barcelona. And this is the Besòs area at the other side of the city. We want to preserve these industrial areas for Industry 4.0, and we are creating programs, concrete programs, I will go very fast, for circular economy and helping the companies already established to improve their performance for reaching the reduction in waste and energy consumption. So very briefly, those are some of the companies that are in our programs. Then we have the area of Montjuic. This is a mountain with public facilities, both cultural, museums, and also sports facilities, and wanted to transform these into a motor of the economy of the city, creating hubs, creating a sports tech incubator, and other economic activities linked to culture and sports. Then we have the downtown, the center of the city. This is the part of the city that suffered the most the COVID crisis because it was too much concentrated on tourism. We are transforming some of the main facilities like the Olympic Port that used to be a place for nightlife and tourists that most of the time collided with local residents. We want to transform it into a hub for the blue economy. We want to bet also blue economy is one of the sectors linked to the sustainable use of the resources of the oceans that the European Community is also funding with Next Generation funds. We want to create a hub here in the transform only tourism area into a blue economy hub. And then I'm running a lot, sorry, I want to stick to my time. This is the last area, is the 22 district. This is the innovation and creativity district of the city. It's also a lab for doing innovation in the city that I'm going to explain. It was the first place, or one of the first places, where we implemented the super blocks in Barcelona. We made a pilot project 6 years ago, and from that project we are moving on. So the last experience I want to share with you, and I will land it into why it's so important innovation in construction and what cities can do for really pushing especially the green transition, is really creating spaces for innovation in cities, which is very difficult. In the superblock strategy, probably many of you have heard, we have a problem like Madrid. Also, we have a problem with air quality, especially in the center of the city. So we are trying to reduce car access, private car access, and to push other ways of moving in the city. How we're doing this? We're making cars move in 1 out of 3 streets and creating the other 2 streets as green spaces. So we, out of 9 blocks of the city, of the Cerdà plan, which is very regular, it's a grid. So we create super blocks of 3 by 3, this is 9 blocks. And we gain the interior spaces for squares and for pedestrian and bike and public transportation. So this is the aim, this is the project we have with a 2030 agenda, which is also the agenda of the Barcelona Green Deal. A 2030 agenda is an ambitious plan to create all this green access right at the very heart of the city, to really be developing this green infrastructure for the city. And I just want to finish by sharing with you, these are some images. On the left, you have the super block that is already built in around a municipal market, precisely, and it really has boosted the local commerce around that area. On the left is how the streets, a green axis, looks like. Then on the right top, you have what have we been doing during the pandemic with tactic urbanism. We have been gaining space for pedestrians and for bikes just with painting the floor, a quickly intervention to gain more space. And the bottom right image is how we want to really consolidate this green access into these green spaces in the super blocks. The main challenge that we have, and I want to end up here, is how we create new materiality and new ways, new construction materials and new designs to make really this new access sustainable. We need to change the way we used to work. We need to create pilot projects for public, how public administration buys the materials. And we need to make pilot projects to test that some of the solutions may be more expensive in the shorter term, but might be much more efficient and much better in the medium and long term. We want to create these spaces for trial and error, which we think is the only way to really keep improving in the design of open spaces in our cities. And this is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara, for your presentation. Great to hear about the Green Deal strategy and how you're integrating the low carbon transition together with economic development with a citizen at the center. And many thanks for the final challenge that you threw to this community, which is all focused about research and innovation in the built environment. So I'm sure people working in materials kind of took that challenge to consider it. And now we're going to be handing over to the next speaker from the city of Madrid this time, Juan Azcárate, who has developed his professional career with the Environment and Mobility Department of the city of Madrid. He's had different roles related to management and urban environmental control. And within his department, he currently works as the Deputy Director of Energy and Climate Change. His position highlights the development of the roadmap towards climate neutrality of Madrid, which focuses on sustainable urban mobility, energy efficiency in buildings and public space, as well as nature-based solutions for adaptation to climate effects. And Juan will be talking to us about Madrid's roadmap to climate neutrality.
Thank you, and well, thank you, Marta and Paul, for inviting Madrid to share the vision and to share this strategy about the climate neutrality for the city. Well, the first issue we'll see will be why to create this roadmap in a city like Madrid, and I would say that there are like two main vectors for that. In the first one is to align the city. The municipal policies with the ones of a European and national level, and we are. I mean, the cities have been put in the forefront of climate change in terms that we are the main emitters of greenhouse gas emissions. It's what is said now that the battle of climate change is in the cities, and here particularly we are having more and more progressively increasing requirements of a city. No? We have seen that with the European Green Deal, the Fit for 55 in terms of reduction of emissions at European level, also the going towards climate neutrality in 2050, and also we have in Spain, as you know, the new law on climate change. So this is one, but the other reason will be just to lay down in a single document different strategies, different commitments we already have as a city in terms of the Covenant of Mayors, or being part of C40, the network for leadership in terms of climate change. Also the climate emergency declaration in the city in 2019. So we are trying to put everything. This is not a new plan because we already have the plans, I mean, in terms of environment or urban planning, but it's like the idea of this roadmap is to create or to have the technical analysis to support political commitment. This commitment in terms of climate change action at local level will be approved. Was approved and was announced by our mayor in 1st March this year. March this year, and the idea was, and I me he quedado. Okay, and yes, to sum up this roadmap in a nutshell will be this commitment is to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions to 65% respective from 1990. I mean, it was 10 points above the European Green Deal, and what we are trying to say, this is not just like a big picture or to have just the nice vision or commitment, but try the roadmap. What is trying to do is to give this necessary technical support to identify which are the levers to go there, and in that sense it's in the website, of course, and this is something we are trying to update, and because, well, this is the inventory that will say that if we are right in the right path or not. But at this moment, what we have, of course, it's to identify which are the main sources, and within these main sources, which are the main levers, more for the transformation in time that is we are looking for. Of course, in this particular context of this Congress, we have to say that it's residential, commercial, and institutional. I mean, this sector. It's what the efforts must be the higher, because it represents more than 45% of the greenhouse gas emissions in total of Madrid city, according to our inventories of greenhouse emissions. So, how to work with that? I know we are in a hurry. We are talking about 2030. That it seems like it's very. Which are the policies, which are the measures that must be accelerated, but we have already working on them. And there is some questions that not going directly to the measures that we have to work on, but also to say that we don't want to be completely mad, we can say, or completely obsessed by the short-term reduction, because we want to keep with some hierarchy in terms that the first, and then this hierarchy of the first thing should be avoid the emissions, after to change or to shift to the more efficient options, the more efficient equipments, the more efficient modes of travel, for example, and after to improve the technology. Usually we go directly to the top of this pyramid and we say, well, just make it renewable, and it doesn't matter if you have no roof, because you will have the best, the best qualification in terms of building. In terms of CO2, there is no matter about the energy efficiency, for example. If all you use at home is electricity and the energy is from renewables, you have not to take care about to be efficient or to have a good insulation. In terms of buildings, this hierarchy, this is something that probably for you, it's not new. I mean, it's the same hierarchy all the cities are working. I mean, first of all, we have to work on rehabilitation, although we have to say that the main and the quick wins will be in decarbonizing electricity grid, in terms that, for example, for indirect emissions, the ones that are based on the sources of electricity in Madrid, 80% are linked to the residential and commercial buildings. So this is like just going to this with this decarbonizing electricity, we are going to have a high cut in our emissions, but we have to keep on working in this hierarchy, and that as we are trying to do. About electrification of energy demand in terms of heating and cooling, because now, in Madrid we are using more energy for cooling than for heating. And with the climate change will be worse. So we have to say that this electrification of energy demand is the same challenge of every city, but we have to work with different backgrounds. For example, I don't know, but if in Madrid, we have no examples, or not big examples of district heating. Even the centralized building heating or climate systems are not common, and we have more than 800,000 of boilers of natural gas at home. So the introduction of heat pumps at this local, not local, but individual and home level in flats, it's a high challenge and a huge challenge for specifically for Madrid. No? And we have as a city to demonstrate that in our own buildings, not on the new ones, but also the ones we are operating, and also to facilitate. We are trying to change the urban normas urbanistic, I mean the urban regulations, the urban ordinance or the building ordinance, just to facilitate this transition. And this is something we have to move on as a city and as a municipal. And finally, I would like to say that also we don't want to be completely trapped on Excel files trying to see which is the CO2 we are cutting with that or not. And because we have to have a wider scope for the roadmap, and we want to see also, as Barbara has said before, just in other emissions linked to the, for example, for buildings on residential, on construction sector that are not measured in terms that this is not an operation, but it is about, because as much as we are improving the energy efficiency in buildings and as much as we are decarbonizing the grid, the main source of emissions for buildings and for residential and for commercial and institutional buildings will be as a carbon embedded. I mean, we are talking about circular economy. I mean, we are talking about materials, and we are talking about the construction sites. I mean, the operation in construction or demolition. So we have to work on that, and not only as the usual ones during the operation. So this is also one of our main concerns in this sense. And the other one is to go a little not only about the CO2 that we can reduce and how to comply with our objectives, but also how to work into create another urban model. I mean, to work in a clean and healthy city, and we have been seeing in the previous panel how it works. I mean, we are not looking for very, very efficient buildings in a very inefficient neighborhood. And sometimes we have, unfortunately, we have the best certificate buildings, but in a place where you have to go in a sustainable way of mobility, or in an area where we don't only want to be efficient at home, but we want to be efficient and in a city that we want to live in. And this is the idea of to put all these adaptation measures in a program that is called Madrid More Natural, and it is about renaturing. It's about what we call the green factor in building projects. And as you have seen, maybe you have had the chance of the last Plaza de España, has been the last week has been inaugurated, and it was a voted project. That the name of the project was Welcome Mother Nature, and it was voted. It was like a participatory poll with thousands of votes from Madrileños, and this is the idea. Now we don't have this green yet area, but it is the idea is to create an area where, I mean, for pedestrians, for sustainability, mobility modes, but also for the nature to have the opportunity to the nature to go into the city. And this is also something about our roadmap. Even there is no CO2 or not huge CO2 as embedded or that could be compensated on that, but is our main idea. And these are the main thoughts of that. All the roadmap is in our website, also with our inventories that I think could be interesting for you, and also as for architects, and just to say that we have a map of temperatures in Madrid, just to follow the heat island, because usually you use for your designs the temperature as regarding our geographical position, but we have another temperature. That cities are completely different from one neighbor from another, and we have this dynamic map of current temperatures in Madrid, and we know that are really valuable for architects. And that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. Let's do the cleaning of the microphone ceremony. Yeah, thank you very much, Juan, for a fantastic presentation, and great to hear how you're working to drive policies for urban transformation, but also trying to be an exemplar with your own buildings of that transformation, and very salient to have mentioned the embedded carbon as well, because it's the whole story. There is a lot more under the skin that is not visible. So we now are going to move to the next speaker, Dr. Stefano Barberis, who's actually taking us to consider more the implementation of a specific technology and the role that hydrogen has in urban environments, and how we can make it affordable to sustainably operate in cities. And Stefano is a senior mechanical engineer with expertise in renewable energy sources, project management, and techno-economical feasibility studies. And he's also been, since 2016, appointed as the project coordinator in the Innovation for Energy Research and Innovation Division at RINA Consulting. He's managing various European projects dealing with electrical and thermal performance and renewable energy, hydrogen, and energy efficiency. Over to you, Stefano.
Thank you.
Cleaning of the microphone.
Thank you, everybody. First of all, thank you also for this speaking opportunity. As said, we talked a little bit about potential sustainability roadmap for cities, and here we will go a little bit more in detail, particularly about a roadmap, an approach that cities are currently maybe looking a little bit less. That is the promotion of the use of hydrogen in European cities. But let's say that starting from this new hydrogen wave that we are living in Europe in this moment, of course it is a hot topic. I know that tomorrow in the conference there will be even a focus session on this. So before going into the detail, a few words from my side about RINA. RINA is a 160 years old company. We have just celebrated our 160 years birthday. We were born as a naval register and classification society, but in the recent years with acquisition of many engineering companies, among them the former da Polonia that maybe many partners knows here in ECTP, we grew a lot, and we are now more than 4,000 colleagues all around Europe dealing with different type of activities and services, from the traditional, let's say, certification and naval classification and marine topics to, let's say, infrastructure and real estate, energy and mobility, and industry and materials, also with the support of our RINA CSM sister company. What we are doing in this moment is promoting a lot our transition, the transition of our business, because as said, the company has a long history, has a long expertise in many, let's say, dirty sectors, let's say, for example, the oil and gas sector, and we are using this huge expertise, this huge professionalism to promote ourselves as leader in the energy transition and in the decarbonization. Among them, of course, the promotion of clean energy, renewables, but also hydrogen project is on top of our interest, as you may imagine. And in the last year, mostly, we participated to many different projects with European and Italian customers for the promotion of hydrogen, for feasibility studies, but even for the first installation. And to do so, we had the chance to take advantage and leverage our outstanding results in a European funded project, because if we look at Horizon 2020, RINA as a whole had the chance to participate in around let's say about 200 Horizon 2020 projects, and we hope, let's say, to break this wall, because now the wall of 200 projects in Horizon Europe, because we have been the second top industrial participant in Europe. Let's try to be the first, of course. And let's say, as I said, thanks to the expertise that we developed in European projects, we are building up our new services. Among them, for sure, there is also the The use of hydrogen. The use of hydrogen started since the 90s with a project that maybe some of you know, that was a H2 SUSBuild, that was for the promotion of the use of hydrogen in fuel cell in building environment. And from that one, we started day by day to promote further the use of hydrogen in built environment and in cities. Towards the proposition of this net zero ecosystem master plan, where all the souls of RINA are co-participating in the promotion of hydrogen, the promotion of renewables, and the promotion of alternative fuels in our European cities. As I mentioned, today I'm here to talk about this new concept of the hydrogen city. Let's say on Monday I was in Brussels for the launch of the new clean hydrogen public and private partnership, and there was a panel and a speech dedicated to cities where they presented the fact that the 70% of European CO2 for, let's say, from residential and civil application is coming from cities. And 65% of European people is living in, let's say, towns and with more than 10,000 inhabitants. So even if only the 3% of European territory is covered by city, this is the place where we have to make the difference. This is the place where the hydrogen can play a role. The problem is that hydrogen is, of course, still far from European cities and public authorities' ideas. Maybe in this last year, as I said, we are living this new hydrogen wave. Some cities are thinking about hydrogen, but of course hydrogen is a new technology, is a new energy vector for, sorry, hydrogen is not a new technology, is a new energy vector for European cities. Let's say, why this? Because mostly for infrastructural reason, we know. The problem, let's say, the challenge is that, of course, cities can become living lab for many technologies and can become living lab even already today. We do not have to wait for this infrastructure. And most of all, the cities can become living lab for social acceptabilities. Okay, so being front runners of the usage of hydrogen in, let's say, in cities, we can make hydrogen more socially acceptable, because every day, I always refer to my mom that every time I tell her I work with hydrogen, she thought, oh, it's very dangerous, you work with pressurized things. I explain her that her natural gas boiler and natural gas cooking station is not less dangerous, let's say. So, as I said, why hydrogen? Because, of course, as I mentioned, we can decarbonize many different sectors of our cities, many different usage of our city, but to do so, we have to surf this hydrogen wave in this moment. And how to surf it? For sure, making some tests, making some demonstration in our cities to showcase to people that hydrogen is safe, is reliable. Maybe it's not yet cost competitive, but why? Because we have few examples. The scale cost reduction is obviously in the hand of all of us, and also because, and we have to serve the hydrogen wave also, let's say, putting a fertile ground to enable the city to get hydrogen in their cities from an infrastructural, policy making, and regulatory point of view. As I mentioned, hydrogen is very far from the city mind, let's say, mostly because if you think at city, everybody thinks, okay, let's use hydrogen in heating boilers, for example, in gas boiler. Okay, this is exactly the worst thing to do, because at the end of the day, even if I promote 20% of usage, for example, of hydrogen in gas boiler, that is something that we are hearing in these days, at the end of the day, we decrease maximum the 7% of the CO2. And we have an increase of NOx, that is let's say, the problem of smog, as we know. So comburing hydrogen, particularly in a dense environment as the cities are, let's say, is not the best option. As I mentioned, there are some already existing front runners, like, for example, the city of Leeds, that is promoting the use of hydrogen, but they are targeting not only the 25%, but the 100% of the use of the use of hydrogen in the gas grid. So they are really targeting a very ambitious target of replacing the gas infrastructure with a sort of hydrogen infrastructure. And to do so, they are moving step by steps in the city of Leeds, maybe demonstrating the use of hydrogen in buses, etc. As mentioned, this is very ambitious. But so what we can do really today? What we can do really today is what, for example, we are trying to think to do it in our positive project, where we have two lighthouse cities. One of them is Alkmaar in the Netherlands, where we are trying to use hydrogen in buses, for example. And let's say but the funny thing is that even in this project that, as you can see, involve different cities from all over Europe, with two lighthouses, Évora and Alkmaar, and 6 followers, Granada, Celje, Bari, I never know how to pronounce, Hevdivri, Ioannina and Újpest. Even in these cities, when we make an exercise to understand, sorry, I'm going a little bit faster, as we make an exercise with city stakeholders, asking them what is needed to make a smart city, to make a clean city, only 2 post-it were about the use of hydrogen, okay? And as you understand, there is really a lack of awareness of how already today hydrogen can decarbonize European cities. The good point is that they proposed 2 practical things, 2 good things. One is, as I mentioned, is the use of hydrogen in heavy-duty vehicles. That could be buses, as we are doing, as it is already done, for example, in London or in other cities. For example, waste collection trucks or whatever else that operate in a city. Why this? Because we can have a direct and robust and large off-taker of hydrogen in the urban environment. And in this way, we can create maybe an hydrogen hub in the city where our fleet goes there and has a constant and predictable request of hydrogen, and therefore a constant and predictable production of hydrogen, maybe thanks to renewable. Another way is the use of fuel cell. Another way is the use of fuel cell that can be used for CHP opportunities in district energy hub, but maybe also for transportable power generation. And I would like to tell about this use of hydrogen for example, for the use of fuel cells in transportable power genset. What are transportable power genset? The genset that are used everywhere in construction sites, temporary events, music festival, etc. And as Rina Consulting, we are proud to coordinate the first project in Europe that is realizing the first of their kind transportable genset to produce zero emission and zero noise power for for temporary application. That is named exactly everywhere, because we are trying to bring hydrogen everywhere thanks to our transportable genset, and we are trying to produce power, clean power everywhere thanks to the transportable genset. This is a quite ambitious project, as I mentioned, where we have many partners from all over Europe, among them also Acciona, that is going to host one of our demonstration, hosting the use of our genset in a construction site of their ones. But further to them, I am going a little bit faster, sorry for this, we had the chance in these first years of the project to design a system that has to be as similar as possible to a diesel genset, because it has to be easy to be used by end users. And let's say we made our renders reality. So I really invite you, all of you, to visit our website, www.everywhere.eu, to take a virtual tour, virtual visit of the genset. And most of all, let's say, we are very proud because last Monday we have been awarded by FCHJU for receiving the award of Best Innovation, following last year Best Outreach Award. So let's say this proves that the technology is credible, the technology is reliable. Unfortunately, due to pandemic, we couldn't test them on site yet, but we are really close to the demonstration that will happen, as I mentioned, in Acciona construction site, but also in temporary events of cities, music festival, etc. So, you know, we are searching new events, opportunities, festivals, fairs where we can test this genset. If you are interested to do so, please contact us, follow us on our website, and if you are willing to do so, also participate in our regions and city interest group, because, as I said, to make hydrogen affordable to operate in cities, we also need regulatory and policy making. Thanks a lot.
Stefano, thank you very much for the presentation. Absolutely fascinating and great to see how you're actually making hydrogen more socially acceptable. Hopefully your mom will be a bit more relaxed about the use of hydrogen, and great to see Granada as a city, because that's my hometown. So great to see them doing something so innovative. So great. So now we are on to our last but not least speaker. He's the sustainability lead in Spain for Jones Lang LaSalle, Dr. Juan Cortés, and he envisions strategies that blend environmental, social, and economic sustainability to catalyze healthy, equitable places. He's an urban designer and ESG expert, and frequently collaborates as a faculty visiting member with several national and international academic institutions, including RMIT, and he lectures on sustainability and urban planning. And over to you, Juan.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. First of all, thank the organization and also all the sponsors and RMIT, of course. My first point is that I'm really delighted in being part of an event that joins the private and the public sectors, because really I think that one of the challenges in the race for decarbonization, because this is not a pathway anymore, this is not something slow, this is a real race, is that the collaboration needs to be much more agile and much more fruitful. As we can see here, all the main goals are coming from the public administration. So we have the United Nations, we have European Union, and we also have the national level, as my colleagues have presented, the regions, the government, and the municipalities. But in the middle of the sandwich, most of these actions, they have to be carried out by the private sector. If you can see, here we would have real estate developers, we would have car manufacturers, energy providers. So I think that this would be like the first message, that if we are to pick up speed, we would need the best of both worlds to move forward in the pace that is really needed for this. So, and the world of sustainability applied to the private sector currently is being named as ESG, the environmental, the social, and the governance values that the private corporations have to integrate into their core business. It can be an added layer anymore. It's not something nice to have. And of course, greenwashing, this is something that is in the target, I think, of the public opinion in the last years. So I would like to emphasize that there are two main levers from my point of view for this to be successful. First of all, the strategic and forward-thinking part. This is very important, so that all these corporations are aligned with the goals that are coming at the international and national levels, of course, and then that they can cascade and permeate to the internal parts of the companies, increasing transparency, cohesion. We have been speaking a lot about health and well-being, so it's equally important that the citizens remain healthy and also that the employees of these companies. And then I think another very important point is that this is creating a real value, not only a reputational or from the angle of a responsibility, but a real financial value. So we are coining like several important terms. One is the value erosion. The assets or the projects or the financial products that do not have integrated ESG, or the cities, they are going to be losing a lot of value in the following years, because as you know, the pathway is being more and more demanding year after year until we reach 2050. And for this, we have to create like a new model from my point of view. There has been a lot of talk of the top-down models, of the bottom-up models, but I think this really has to be integrated in a holistic way. None of the approaches without the other will work, really. And the urban master plan, where here the public sector is very clearly leading. Here we have the representatives of the two major cities in Spain. Then we have the sustainable programs, which are, let's say, coming from both sides, but at the lower level or the building level, where all these actions have to be implemented, even if there's a public framework or incentives or grants, this has to be also a model that is based on collaboration. And to me, even if in the diagram you see it as a very thin thread, the KPIs, the metrics, the indicators, this is the real backbone of the system, because if we cannot measure, monitor, and then report on progress, it will lose all of the credibility that it has, or that it is supposed to have. So the scales of action where we need to work are the city level, obviously, where these city frameworks are evolving. We have a lot of new concepts that are being brought about. This has to be translated also to the district levels where the citizens are carrying out their day-to-day lives typically, and also to the buildings where they are leading their lives or working or enjoying and having fun. So it's really important that the different scales of actions are somehow coordinated and there are synergies to be found between them. And here I have brought 3 projects that kind of highlight some real examples with success cases, but also with a lot of challenges. And at the city level, I've chosen the project of Canada Water in the city of London. So this is a British land development, and JLL has been the strategic advisor. And this fits into the polycentric city models, the traditional way of city planning, or at least new cities from the 19th and 20th century, with a very central business district where all the activity is conglomerated, is not really working anymore because of the mobility issues. It creates a lot of disturbances, a lot of emissions, and it really is a very inequitable. So what about transferring different functions to different parts of the cities? And I know that cities that are leading the conversation like Paris, but also London, Istanbul, Barcelona, and Madrid, they are really joining, and I think this will have a real impact in our future lives. And after the pandemic, we have seen that remote working or hybrid working is really possible. So why not decentralize our cities even further? If we zoom in into the district level, here, obviously we have to speak about green open space and biodiversity. So we have the urban scale networks like the urban forests that are being planned by the major municipalities, but they have to be interconnected with the district parks. And the district parks have to connect through the green eco corridors, as we have seen in Barcelona, down to the small pocket parks where the citizens may be able to carry out a healthier lifestyle, to practice sport, to enjoy fresh air, and also all the natural features in our city, they will be boosted so that we have a more healthy environment. And then lastly, if we zoom in even more, and maybe you have seen that despite myself being an architect and an urban designer, I'm not speaking of new development of greenfield. I think this is the past. The future will be urban regeneration, urban infill, building refurbishment. And I was glad to see in all of the previous talks that this is like the major focus. I'd like to bring us a very specific project where in the inner city voids, in this case it's very near from here in the central business district of Madrid, between a large shopping center and some corporate offices, we have been part of developing the strategic brief for a project to reconcentrate these uses in the center of the city on top of a major transportation hub. So this is very important because the future employees, they will be able to access by zero emission transport modes, hopefully. They will be able to carry out their work, their collaboration in a very healthier, much healthier environment than our current office buildings, because it is foreseen that this building will be constructed fully of laminated timber, so it will not only avoid a lot of the embedded energy and emissions that my colleague was referring to, but it will also remain capturing carbon throughout its entire life cycle. And this was my last slide. Thank you very much.
So we have 20 minutes. Yeah, that's the idea, yes. Quarter past four. It might be faster. Actually, yes, we have some time for questions. So basically, you're welcome to ask. The people online don't have that opportunity. And please, if there are questions, make them as short as possible, because I have to repeat them so that the people can hear them. So anyone candidate to ask a question to one of our speakers, be ready to come soon. Not now, but if we have to shift the mic, it's going to be acrobatic. That should be good for the answers. No questions?
I
have one.
You have one. Please go.
Yeah, so thanks for the presentation, Juan. That was great. And you made a comment there on Canada. I think we have to turn that up. Thank you. On Canada Water and this decentralization of cities. I would be interested to hear from you and other panelists on how can we best leverage the rebuilding exercise that we're going to have to go through after COVID to drive that low carbon agenda as we reconsider the new developments in cities.
Really, this is a very interesting topic, and I think that we can find parallels because decarbonization is not really simply an environmental issue. So right now, if we have spoken of ESG, we have the social aspects and the governance. So really, the effects or the negative part of climate change is affecting much more the let's say underprivileged sectors of society. So really, if we can break down the silos between the different areas, like for example the fields of urban design, of finance, real estate development, engineering, etc., and also between the public and the private administration, I think this will help much better carry out these decentralization projects because they need to be developed in a more integrated way, because it's necessary, of course, to have like a public transportation to be able to decentralize. It's necessary to have economic activity there, to have successful and attractive buildings for the market, for having offices, for having retail. It's also necessary to have residential buildings for the citizens to live near their workplaces and have all the services. So from my point of view, an integrated approach, not separating transportation from environment, from housing, from public buildings, this would be the best way forward.
I wonder if, Barbara, you might want to comment as well on whether there is an element of decentralization ambition behind those Green Deal initiatives, if she's there.
I guess I assume you can hear me. Yes, I think the challenge is, as you were saying before, is multiple. For the public administration, it is really a big challenge. And that reminded me of the sentence that was said before in the introduction, how we want to create villages in the urban environment to have the benefits of the rural life blended with the urban life. And that is one of the main conundrums of this, how to make cities evolve into a more sustainable, more habitable, but also net zero carbon, and also retaining the complexity of urban life. So if you put all this together, really the challenge is multiple. It has many, what I would like to point out, it has many resistance to change in the different agents that intervene in these transformations that we have to do. As I said, the public administration is one, but also I think the public opinion and the criticism to change, that's also one of the things that we are finding that it's one of the things we need to deal with, because if you see the challenge in the long term, maybe it's easier to understand, okay, yes, we need to have net zero cities and we need to transform all these by 2050. But what does it mean for me tomorrow? Like in Barcelona, we have this problem with, I told you, like the nice part of the super block strategy, which most of the people agree that's the direction to go, but then the way we are implementing it has created some resistance in the citizens, because they complain that some streets are going to be green access and greener, and other streets are going to be crowded with more cars, because the cars that are not going in the other streets are going to go in the ones that you only allow cars to go. So it's really this. We are in this transition period where, of course, we're going to have tensions, because any change creates this. You need to explain it very well. You need to explain that maybe in the short term there is a disturbance in the way in the traffic or any other thing, but then in the medium long term is going to have benefits. So I see all these different combinations of agents and different resistant attitudes that are very hard to combine in order to create the necessary ecosystem or environment for the shift we need to do, which is really colossal.
So I'm repeating the question. So it's the shift in cities from a gas system to a hydrogen system, and consider what will be the best opportunities to take advantage of the infrastructure present.
I suppose I may answer. So, so there are 2 points, let's say. The first one is if we would like to reuse the infrastructure already present, of course, there is a strong research in this moment to evaluate the so-called hydrogen readiness level of the gas distribution infrastructure. This is something that, for example, in Italy or in Spain, where we have a capillary gas infrastructure, it is, let's say, mandatory to be investigated. We have to understand how much it could have a sense, to be honest, because if at the end of the day we are using the gas infrastructure, existing gas infrastructure, as a big hydrogen buffer, let's say, where we will circulate, let's say, mixtures of gas with up to, I don't know, 10%. That is something that we are looking at. At the end of the day, you will need, at the final end user level, let's say, a reformer to extract the hydrogen. Okay, so depending on the usage, we have to wisely understand if it makes sense to use the infrastructure or not. Okay, so to try to sum up my answer, the fact is the following: the first thing that the cities have to do is to understand where the hydrogen demand could be. Okay, because if I have localized hydrogen demand, obviously it has not so much sense to work with to reshape, let's say, the hydrogen infrastructure. Okay, while if I have a capillary need of hydrogen, of course it has a sense to make the gas distribution system. But as I mentioned earlier, personally, but this is my personal view, I am not a fan of hydrogen boilers, because in my opinion it makes a lot of much more sense to work with heat pumps, for example. I am an hydrogen enthusiastic, as you understand, but for this topic, to me, it doesn't have a sense. As in this moment, similar thoughts can be done for private cars, for example. Okay, so this is my answer. I hope it is enough, let's say.
I would like to first. Yes, we have time, please.
Okay, thank you, Martin Marek. I'm working for a construction company, So my question towards you, Mr. Zaveris, would be also: we are interested in hydrogen usage, but communicating with the public authorities.
Yeah.
Can repeat the question
sorry,
at the same time? So
the question is, there is a need, let's say, there is an interest from also the cities to use the hydrogen, but of course there is a sort of must be green, let's say. How to deal with it? Of course, this is I can inform you that this is exactly what we are facing in Everywhere project. In Everywhere project, everybody is asking us, can I use the genset? Can I use the genset? First question. Second question, is the hydrogen green? This means, first of all, very proud, because it means that people knows that there is a green and a gray hydrogen. My mom doesn't know about it, just to give an example. So there is an attention to this type of things, because sometimes people think about hydrogen as, panacea. Everything can be solved by hydrogen. But if hydrogen is not green, at the end of the day, it's like only shifting the problem. So The problem is producing locally hydrogen, locally in cities. It's quite complex because, we are talking about electrolysis that we hope it can achieve 65% of efficiency, but today is not in these values. So to achieve let's say, even a valuable amount of hydrogen for a district, for example, to create a sort of hydrogen district with fuel cell, etc., we need a lot of hydrogen. Okay, so self-producing in cities, to me, is quite impossible. Obviously, if we think about transporting hydrogen from large production sites that are outside of the cities to the city itself to make it green, well, this is how to do it, and we come back to the infrastructure problem. The best thing that we can think today is, of course, to work with PPA. PPA are in this moment the only way to guarantee a greener hydrogen production even at local level. And 90% of green hydrogen projects in this moment are PPA based, to be honest, even at utility level.
I would like myself to ask a question to Juan. A bit provocative, because we talk about people-centric innovation, doing everything with the citizens, and I'm in the private sector, but I'm also active politically in my little village. And what I see is that citizen participation is not easy at all. So we might have projects where it's doing fine on a district, on whatever, or a big building with a residential area, but when you look at the reality, let's be honest, a lot of people, they don't think about anything, they just live, they have other things to think about. And my point would be, okay, we can have excellent projects with a group of people, but basically what we need is innovation that percolates through the city, whatever you think, even if you do not think about it. I think the only way to have a major impact is to also make sure that people who did not think about renewables or retrofitting or things like this do participate, because we insert that in the system. Like electricity, for the moment, you need to ask your company to have a special green contract to have green electricity. At some stage, it might happen to have just only green electricity in the system, and whatever you contract, it's green. So really, I think we must also face that. There is the nice political speech, and there's the reality of lots of people who are working hard, tired in the evening, paying their bills, and that's it. But let's make them green also.
Well, yes, we know that many of the change we are facing, they are more a social aspect than a technological aspect. I think it's like a kind of a despairing paradox. We already know how to cut dramatically the emissions, but it's difficult to say how to do it in the scale and in the time frame we need. And of course, the solutions you mentioned in terms of the ones that are like invisible, like if all the electric grid is from renewables, it's something that even we are maybe in a foolish way, but we are asking to our government, say, well, just if we want you to have a climate neutral city, please give us the electricity of the lowest carbon, or the most decarbonized electricity you can have. And there are some issues, as you have mentioned, for example, the electric buses in Madrid, and we have to put, this is electric, because the good thing is that nobody knows that there are electric buses in Madrid, because it operates like the other ones, that it's the good way, but you have to also try to make an effort to say that it's the same, but maybe it's costing a little more, or maybe there's an effort behind that, no? So and so finally, and I would say how to reach citizens when we are talking about climate change is tough, and also it's not easy even to involve. I would say, I don't know if it's correct, but sometimes to involve politicians, because we are now in a race of very, very short terms and quick wins, and there's things that have to be changed from the bottom, and this is difficult. So we are trying to find demonstration areas. For example, now in Madrid, we are trying to work in university campus where the citizens of the future are there, and we are trying to create a net zero campus in Madrid as a demonstration areas. And it's not easy, but it could be like a extra benefits and in terms of collaboration and to spread the idea and the benefits of climate. And finally to see, and also to say that all this part of adaptation, all this part of nature could be a link between the health, the green areas, could be a link between the citizens and climate change challenges, because sometimes if you're talking about CO2 or 1.5 degrees or 2050, it's not very easy. You know? We are trying to collaborate with our colleagues of culture area, not only the scientific part, but also the cultural area and the culture area of Madrid and Matadero and other colleagues try to create new narratives to reach the citizens.
Thank you. For the people online, I would say these are maybe more comments than questions, in the sense that you mentioned that the major use of public transport is one of the solutions to reduce CO2. And you also mentioned that for hydrogen, there are still a lot of problems that remain that still need to be solved before hoping maybe too much behind the possibilities in the city. If you agree with that, because it's time, so I think we will conclude with that. And Marta, I let you... Or else, if you want, I finish as I'm here. So, 4:15, it's over. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you to all the speakers. I'm really glad we could have this question time, because we did not have it this morning. So there's at least a bit of exchange with the crowd. It's also interesting, and hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference still this evening and tomorrow. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are starting the next session, the last session of today. So thank you very much for attending this session. We know that all of you are tired right now, but we will try to do our best to produce a quite interactive session among all of you. So this session is concerning the ECTP Committee on Heritage and Regeneration, and we have selected two main topics for the session. The first one are the main, or at least one of the most important initiatives in cultural heritage research we have identified at European level, and the second part of the session is dealing with two major initiatives in heritage infrastructures that are going to be launched by the European Commission through EC projects. So I introduce you my colleague Adriana Bernardi, who is co-chair of this committee, and we will be chairing the session among both of us.
Thank you very much, Isabella. Welcome to everybody to this section that present our activities that we are inside the CTP activity, notwithstanding the COVID period that was not very positive in terms of relationship, but in any case, we try to continue and start really again. We hope that the future is a little more positive for all of us. So I just give a very quick introduction of what we are doing in terms of cultural heritage initiative. You know, the European Commission is always very interested to cultural heritage. We push since a lot of years. Yeah. This SAVE is a very important part of our heritage that need to be followed. So we have, this is my pointer. No. Does not function? Ah, okay. Just to remind that in the new heritage, in the new Horizon Europe, we have some different clusters that face different arguments. But the cluster 2 is something that is very near to our goals. So cultural, creative, societies is something that the call that you can find for the conservation of cultural heritage are well represented and present. But I would like also to remind to all of you that it's possible, in any case, to introduce the conservation of cultural heritage in some way in the other cluster. I say this because in the past I did this operation and was welcomed, and there were our research on cultural heritage was really important also, even if in the call seems that the cultural heritage is not present, but it's not so really. Cultural heritage is something that is very transversal. So you have to take attention where you can introduce in any case cultural heritage. So it's something that I give you to take attention to that. Notwithstanding cluster 2, you have a lot of projects that are devoted to this. So just I put a list, as you saw, only for the 2021 calls. There are some calls that was dedicated to conservation of cultural heritage. Someone already is over. Someone is something that is arriving. So just to show that there is a matter to work in this direction. Two things we wanted to point out today is two complementary initiatives that will be presented in a few minutes that are very important for the cultural heritage conservation. One is inside of a CTP. We are here, the chair, co-chair, Isabella and myself, that are following this committee that is Heritage Regeneration, the name, that is something that is more industrial oriented. So we are in the ECTP, you know, the orientation of ECTP is always very applicative, very industrial. So and we are inside in this context to defend, to push our cultural heritage. The second one is the joint program initiative, where that will be present too. That is more focused on the necessity of public administrative oriented finally. So is these two initiatives in any case work together, work in the same direction, and collect all the needs, all the dream to do in some direction for the conservation of cultural heritage. What to do these two groups of people? Try to organize, discuss the strategic research agenda that are the base for the Commission to launch the call, to realize, to see what we want to have, and to create the call where we apply. So this is the end. Now we have the two persons that present in detail these two groups. One is Heritage Regeneration of the CTP, that Isabel from Tecnalia, that is a chair of this group, and that present, and after Isabella will give the floor to our colleague Alessandro Cosset for the joint JPI, joint initiative. So I give the floor to Isabel.
Okay, so thank you very much, Adriana. So I will go quite quickly through the Heritage and Regeneration Committee of the ECTP, because I guess that most of you already know the work we are performing in this committee. First of all, some words about the European Construction Technology Platform, just in case some of you are not involved in the whole initiative. So this platform has been launched, I think, in 2004, as an answer for the built environment challenges, including energy, climate change, efficiency, and in general sustainability, including all the built environment we know, also cultural heritage. And the ECTP is established as a legal entity based in Brussels, and here you can see the number of members, etc. What we do at the ECTP is, through the cooperation of the members of the initiative, we establish the research priorities in different fields. Then we try to implement these priorities in the different calls of the European Commission, and then we measure the impact of our initiatives. So, the main objectives for the ECTP members is to influence in the strategic research so that it could be implemented through the ECTP, through the European Commission calls. The second is to access to knowledge and expertise through the publication, networking, etc., etc. And the third one is the opportunities for networking. As we can see here in this conference, that hopefully we are, most of us are on site. And this is one of the, let's say, the major added values activities of the European Construction Technology Platform. So, through the whole platform, we have developed a strategic research and innovation agenda with specific challenges that you can see here. And here you can see the process that we identify the barriers on the drivers, then the objectives we are pursuing, and then the vision and the goals of the future ECTP. Why that? Because this strategic research and innovation agenda, well, here you can see the objectives are divided in 4 blocks. The first one is clean built environment and cities. The second is build for and with the people. So the first one is the environmental challenge. The second one is the societal challenge. The third one is the economic challenge, prosperous construction ecosystem. And then we have a fourth one, that is the digitization. What is cultural heritage? You can see cultural heritage mostly here as a societal challenge, but not only, because we have also some aspects in the other 3 blocks. But the majority of our priorities are here. Then, as you can see here, our point 2.4 of the strategic research agenda is living cultural and historical built environment. And we will do like a zoom on this part later on, because this is, let's see, the title, but we have developed the different priorities we need. Okay, I will not enter into the Build for People partnership, because Alain already did it during today's presentation. But as you can see, even in the picture that has been selected to represent this partnership, that is, I don't know if it is Salamanca or something like that. It is, yeah, I think it's Salamanca. It's a clear picture of a cultural heritage city. So I'm here in the, let's see, in the common vision even of the partnership, we can see cultural diversity, respect for heritage. So we can also expect some of the partnership goals directly related to cultural heritage. That is a very, very good news. Well, this has been, I think, already mentioned by Alain. All these aspects are very important and transversal to cultural heritage and to many other topics. In the European Construction Technology Platform, as I said before, there are several committees. Each of the committees has its specific research agenda, and here I will present right now the main topics of our heritage and regeneration agenda. I must say now that this agenda, I think, has been elaborated 2 years ago, roughly, and facing the first draft of Horizon Europe. Yes, because it was just after the European Year of Cultural Heritage, so in 2018, and it's time now to revisit our strategic research agenda and to define again the new topics that we are trying to cover in the next period. So I will invite all of you to participate in this process through the ECTP. So we will send to all ECTP members what we are thinking in the case of priorities to be sent directly to the European Commission or through the partnership in which we are also involved. And so it is very important to collect the needs from all of you. But what we have now is divided in 3 blocks, again, social, environmental, and economic. In the case of the social, we are covering the well-being, mostly the tourism, the jobs, and the tolerance, because there were also some topics in this, and also in the case of conflict areas, etc. So, in environmental, well, I think that the CO2 footprint of cultural heritage is per se quite reduced because they are very old cities, but anyway we are trying to reuse the existing buildings and also to improve the energy efficiency and to use new materials and to cover the resilience, etc. And in the economic point of view, this is sometimes directly linked to the tourism, to the sustainable tourism, thinking also in sustainable for the asset itself, but not only, but also creative industries, etc., linked to other aspects of culture, linked to cultural heritage. Okay, so which is the role of cultural heritage in construction? Because we are inside the ECTP, it is very important because you can see here the figures of protected buildings in Europe, that is around 12% of the European buildings are protected, maybe more. And also we have a long list of UNESCO heritage sites that we have to manage, and we have to, of course, tourism is very important, but we have to develop sustainable tourism strategies. And also, well, this is more or less the same idea, the UNESCO sites and UNESCO cities. Okay, what happens in the case of the construction process itself? Here you see that the market of refurbishment is increasing, and it is considering more and more cultural heritage assets. And well, here you can see some of the main figures related to that. But what is important is that the cultural heritage is a typical SME market. Not only because there are also large companies, but it's quite specific and quite linked to the local industry. That is also very important. So it is not very easily deslocalized. And of course, the singularity of these buildings need a special way to tackle the singularities. Okay, we need also a multidisciplinary approach. This is quite complex. Okay, in general, in the construction sector, it's quite multidisciplinary, but in the case of cultural heritage is much more, because we have to tackle the tangible and also the intangible, because both are very usually linked. And also here you have some of the issues we have to manage all together. And so we need a new concept to manage this complexity in cultural heritage. And that's why we have tried to define all this complexity in our strategic research agenda, covering 4 main pillars, so low carbon buildings, resiliency and climate change, digitization and smart cities. Let's see smart cities not only from the point of view of the digital, but from the point of view of sustainable cities. And also we have societal challenges that are like a layer on all this. Well, in the case of low carbon buildings, we have here some tips. The first one is the case of materials with reduced CO2 footprint. Well, I must say that in the case of cultural heritage, this is not a real challenge, because the traditional materials are usually the CO2 footprint is very reduced. But also the energy efficiency and the integration of renewable energy, this is a challenge, because in some cases it's possible, in others it's not so easy, etc. We have to afford also the durability of materials, life cycle approach, also to how to manage all this complex information, cost-efficient retrofit solutions, and the way to develop or to manage the massive tourism in the heritage sites. With the impact you can see here, we have, as I said before, we were trying to analyze the impact of our needs. You have here which are the different figures we have analyzed. With regards to resiliency and climate change, this is very important, because our cities are more and more menaced by climate change. So and cultural heritage is especially vulnerable to that. So we need to understand the damage that is caused. Also to recover the ancient construction techniques, and why not to use it for new buildings also. Okay, low impact restoration processes, also aspects linked to the structural safety of the buildings, the analysis of the post-disaster phase after I don't know, an earthquake or fire, etc. When we wrote this, again, Notre Dame was safe with the wonderful, I don't know how, the tower, and now you can see that it is not so. And then the resilience to natural disasters also. But why no? Not all the disasters are natural. We also have lot of illicit trade, etc. that we have also to cover. Here again, you have the impact we have analyzed for this block. And in the case of smart cities, we were trying to understand the city as a whole, together with the environment, also considering the socioeconomic regeneration of the historic city, not only the recovery of cultural heritage, and also the interaction with the citizens, mostly using the ICT tools. Also, accessibility is very important. As I said, sustainable tourism strategies. Also, the interaction between natural and cultural heritage. And again, here you have the impacts. I am trying to go quite fast because we are... Okay, digitization is one of the topics more important, especially the use of satellites, also the use of robots for the maintenance, also the BIM protocols for cultural heritage, the 3D digital reconstructions, we will talk later on that, the involvement of stakeholders, etc. And the smart heritage city management now is like the digital twin of the city. And finally, we have the socioeconomical challenges, like the integration of natural and cultural heritage management, vernacular architecture for the villages and low populated areas, nature-based solutions, the tourism strategies we have been talking about, and the impacts mostly in the quality of life of people. Also, as I said, there has been some calls in the use of cultural heritage as a vehicle for multicultural tolerance in conflict areas and in other areas. And here we were focusing also on the dissemination of cultural heritage to the citizens, including open sites, and especially the involvement of the new generations in cultural heritage, the same as we do with environment. But also we have to tackle the economic value of cultural heritage because the sector itself has an activity, but we have to assess which is the economic activity of the sector that is not so evident, and how to involve the private companies in the restoration, not in the restoration, but also in the management of cultural heritage, the well-being and the economic prosperity of people living in these areas, and as I said, the creative economy, etc., and the specialized SMEs in the restoration market. Oops. Okay. And also we cover some priorities coming from research to practice. So how to implement all these priorities in practice through research and innovation, but also training of the companies, pre-normative research, that is very important, new procurement mechanisms to include innovations, education, training, etc., as usually. And okay, I think this is quite a brief overview of our research agenda. As I said, I encourage all of you to participate in the new process in which we will renew this agenda. So now I give the floor to Alexander Kose as chair of the GPI on cultural heritage. This is the other big initiative, big network in this area. So thank you, Alexander.
is busy with Notre Dame that we just mentioned. So I'm leading the Secretariat of GPI Cultural Heritage. I belong to a foundation in France, which is the Foundation for Heritage Sciences, which gathers many actors of heritage research, universities, libraries, archives, laboratories, and so on. And I also work for the Ministry of Culture in France. So I will present the GPI Cultural Heritage, its agenda very briefly, and also the main activities and perspectives for the next years. So first, quick point about joint programming. So this concept was introduced in 2008 by the European Commission. The aim is to face grand societal challenges that no country or region can tackle alone in order to better implement the European research area and better align the research and innovation resources at national level. So these initiatives are member state led, so they are not theoretically influenced by the European Commission. So it's gathering ministries, research funding organizations, and research councils in Europe and beyond. And by working together, they try to avoid duplication and fragmentation for a better use of their resources. So you have only 10 joint programming initiatives on very different topics, even if sometimes they have cross-cutting issues and they work together. So you can have you have a GPI on water, a GPI on agriculture, a GPI on urban Europe, a GPI on neurodegenerative diseases, and so on. Regarding our GPI, the GPI Cultural Heritage, it was launched in 2010, and it was coordinated by the Ministry of Culture in Italy for 8 years, and now it's coordinated by the French Ministry of Culture, with the support of the Ministry of Research and the National Research Agency. So its initial vision document identifies 3 major challenges. The first one is to probe the relation between cultural heritage and climate change. The second one is to probe the issues of protections and security of cultural heritage. And the third one to probe the relation between the protection and of cultural heritage and its use by society. So we have currently 18 members, full members, which means that they are contributing to the yearly fees. And we have also 3 observers, Germany, Slovakia, and Spain. The governance of the GPI is organized with 2 main bodies, the governing board in red and the steering committee in green. Both boards are lying on pillars and task forces that are dealing with the practical activities, day-to-day activities, and their content is evolving according to the priorities. And then we have an advisory body, which is the advisory and scientific board, gathering 2 groups, an advisory group and a scientific group. And ECTP is part of this advisory group for more than 10 years now. And they accepted to continue with us. We also have many other organizations, main infrastructures that will be presented after, I saw in the program, so IRIS, but also the Hyperion HS project. We have also the Time Machine Organization, UNESCO or ICROM. Regarding the main intervention axis for the GPI Cultural Heritage, so the first one is, of course, strategic planning. So we jointly define challenges, objectives, and priorities that are shared by all the member states. Then, based on these priorities, we do programming by defining an action program and a roadmap for goals. Then, of course, we fund joint transnational goals and pool resources of member states. Then the fourth one is about communication and networking by connecting also with regional, national, and European initiatives working on the same priorities, but also by streamlining research resources for more efficiency. And the last one is, of course, policy making and prospecting. So we try to anticipate the progresses of the research landscape on these priorities. So briefly about strategic planning. So the main tool for that is, of course, our strategic research and innovation agenda. We did update the first version, which was published in 2014. The new version was published in 2020. It's based on 7 underlying principles. First, it's a holistic approach to cultural heritage. The second is to promote collaborative and transdisciplinary research. The third is to promote public-led research, and community engagement. The fourth is about digital and digital technologies. They are really the backbone of the research that is funded. Then, of course, we promote education and training and transmission of knowledge that is produced to heritage professionals. Then it's, of course, communication, dissemination, and impact. And we work with others' initiatives and infrastructures. So regarding the holistic approach, the initial approach was to consider cultural heritage in combinations of tangible, intangible, and digital forms. Now we also extended this to the environment of cultural heritage, considering cultural and natural heritage as well. So this is a new approach. Regarding the 4 priorities, research priorities areas of our strategic research and innovation agenda, the first one is a reflective heritage for a resilient society. So it's more from a societal approach and also how to use cultural heritage as a tool for inclusion, but also how it is used as a tool for exclusion. The second one is about sustainable management of cultural heritage. This is more about governance and management, conservation, and also all the digital aspects around cultural heritage protection. The third one is a new priority compared to the first strategic research agenda, and it's cultural heritage in a changing context. Considering more the territorial and demographic changes and their consequences on cultural heritage, also sustainable tourism and new threats such as the pandemics. And the last priority, which is also an important one, is cultural heritage facing climate change with 2 different perspectives. The first one is how, of course, to protect cultural heritage from the impact of climate change and environmental change. And the second approach is how cultural heritage can contribute to build a more resilient society to climate change and also offer innovative solutions for tackling climate change. So to implement these priorities, of course, we do programming and we fund calls. So these are the calls that were funded since 2013, 6 calls, 55 collaborative projects for about 30 million euro. So the 2 first calls were very general in terms of topics. The second one was co-funded by the European Commission. And then we started to implement more thematic call starting in 2017 with a call on digital heritage, a call on changing environment, a call on conservation and protection and use, and the last one on identities and perspectives. The perspectives for the next calls. So we are now preparing a call on heritage, society, and ethics that will fund project lasting 3 years. This call will encourage the participation of early career researchers, the development of networks, and also the bringing together of citizens and practitioners. So you have the provisional timeline. We hope to open the call in February, at the beginning of February, with a 2 stages procedure, pre-proposals at the end of April and full proposal at the end of August. And you also have the list of countries which will bring funding to the call.
Spain, you mentioned Spain as a country which is not full member, but they participate in this call?
Yes, it's a possibility because we open also the calls to extra countries which are not.
I have asked my German ministry to fund this as well, maybe participation.
So here I just summarized few sub-themes that may be developed by this call that we are now preparing. So I will not go into the details, but you can see that you have many themes that can also be cross-cutting with the CTP priorities that were presented, such as well-being. And then in 2023, we are now preparing a call on cultural heritage and climate change. This call will be based on a white paper that we are currently drafting with a group of experts and the GPI Climate. So we hope to launch a joint call with the GPI Climate, which would increase the available fundings, but also involve other partners and funding networks. So we started to negotiate also with the Belmont Forum to have international funders for the call. Of course, we do communication and networking. Our main tool that was launched at the beginning of 2020 is the Heritage Research Hub. So it's a platform open to anybody, aiming to create a location to display resources about research on cultural heritage, present projects, present documents, reports, deliverables, and so on. Also to inform about cultural heritage research in general, news and events. Present the main policies at national level. So this part is still in construction, but it will soon be developed. And of course, provide information about the GPI and its activities. I also mentioned this event that will be held in Paris next year in the framework of the French presidency of the European Council. So the European Commission is co-funding an event on heritage science that will be held the 15 and 16 March in the Louvre Museum, in the National Library in Paris, and also in the Pompidou Center. So we will soon publish more information on the Heritage Research Hub. And then the last axis of intervention is, of course, policy making and prospecting. And I would like to mention this proposal that we submitted 1 month ago, 2 months ago now. It's an answer to a Horizon Europe call about coordination of European cultural heritage research and innovation among member states. So it's a coordination and support action for 3 million euro and 3 years. So it is coordinated by my foundation in behalf of the GPI coordination. And it gathers 19 countries and 24 beneficiaries in total. So the aim of this proposal is really to create a mini ecosystem of cultural heritage networks and actors in order to prepare the submission of a partnership specifically dedicated to cultural heritage in 2025. So now in the partners we have a big core of GPI partners, of course, but we have also the IRIS and Hyperion HS initiatives. ICROM is represented, Time Machine organization also. We have actors from the educational fields with the Alliance Una Europa, and some projects such as the 4CH Competence Center on the preservation of monuments and sites, and also Elucidare, a project on cultural diplomacy and cultural heritage-led innovation. So just to finish, to show the objectives of this new network that will be that may be created, it will draw a picture of the European research landscape and propose joint action in order to use the resources of the members and also an efficient and complementary use of all initiatives. Then all the beneficiaries will develop a new strategic research and innovation agenda based partly on the agenda of the GPI. And I think it will be interesting to connect with a CTP if you need to renew your own agenda. Then, of course, the third objective is to gear the ARCH strategic research and innovation agenda towards innovation and concrete actions. To set up also a governance that will allow a joint governance with member states, ministries, but also organizations and non-governmental actors. So this is a difficult matter. And then, of course, the objective to achieve a critical mass in terms of participating stakeholders. So this ecosystem is aiming to expand itself during the duration of the project. And finally, of course, to build on existing European initiatives and instruments such as former ERANET or public-to-public networks and joint programming initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander.
So I don't know if we make questions.
You can stay here.
Okay.
Question time. Okay, thank you very much to both. Now I'm asking if some of you have some question, curiosity that wanted to ask. We are here for you. As I think.
Just one comment.
Yes,
think,
present yourself, please.
Jürgen Frick from the University of Stuttgart. I'm active in Germany, the national platform also for cultural heritage. And when I saw your presentation from our research agenda, Isabel, I think you mentioned it's very good now with the first course. They respect fully our theme. of the research agenda. So we were really successful for Horizon Europe to implement cultural heritage. And I think this was a very good action of the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Jürgen. You are right. So I think that we are in general quite successful trying to implement the agenda. For me, what is also a success is that heritage is also included in the new partnership. And it's from the very beginning one of the aspects. And that's why I think that you remember, because you have been one of the main authors of the present strategic research agenda, and so you should be also proud to be to have this agenda implemented. But we will need also to fight for the next one. So because we know now that it makes sense.
Some other people want to comment, or in any case, two initiatives that are very important for all of us. So we have to follow, we have to help us to continue to do the work that we do since 20 years finally. And but we have the results are evident. So we are a little community, but finally we have. We demonstrate our importance. So, but we need the help of all of you. So we are here to ask this. But also the JPI is in parallel, something that is important because interest all the member states that you saw, numerous member states that participate, and also this initiative has a 2008, so 30 years of activities, and we collaborate together since the beginning because I'm Italian. The partnership, the JPI was at the beginning until 2 years ago, I understood, managed by Italian minister, and I as a CTP and my colleague that was inside the JPI, we worked together to try to find the best strategic agenda that could be merged to push with the same direction finally, but into complementary fields. So I think that is something that has to continue. We have to continue, but with all your help. Okay, other questions? No? We can go to the next. Isabella, taking the floor too for the infrastructure section.
So let's.
I think that is.
So let's proceed with the next part of this session devoted to research infrastructures in cultural heritage. So first of all, a very brief introduction on these new research initiatives. So here, why we why we need some research infrastructures in the field of cultural heritage? Well, first of all, because we need a multidisciplinary approach. Also because we have to use very extensive techniques in a just niche market. So we need to share all these infrastructures because otherwise it is not sustainable from an economic point of view. Also, because cultural heritage is a matter of transnational research collaboration, and we also need to progress in new fields. Now, the wave is the digital fields, but we cannot forget the tangible and materials, structures, etc. And for that, there are two main initiatives. The first one that will be presented by Francesco Tacetti as a coordinator of the 4CH project. The project has been mentioned also in other initiatives, because hopefully we are all of us connected right now. And you can see here that I have chosen some aspects. First of all, we are talking about digital technologies, mainly. And this competence center is a link between national and European coordination. And then we have another initiative that is Hyperion HS, that is a platform for existing research infrastructures in cultural heritage, so that they could be used and promoted through the community, and is through member states and also European and international countries. So we have two initiatives in parallel, but very complementary. So Francesco, please, the floor is yours now. Oh, here is.
This one? Okay. Thank you very much, Isabel, for the introduction. And just one word about the two infrastructure. The 4CH is an infrastructure of the Digital Connect unit, European, while Hyperion HS e probably IRIS, the European Infrastructure on Heritage Science, are from the research directorate. So we are in some way complementary. Our parts are more involved, 4CH part is more involved with, for example, transnational technology transfer and so on. But in the future, obviously, we will share the products of our works. So let me see if it. No, this is the pointer. This is yes, I think. So why an European infrastructure on for cultural heritage? Well, the competence center is something that in future should deal with a lot of topics. Is mainly digital, okay? So we deal with conservation, with management of monuments and sites, because this project is strongly connected to monuments and sites, and for example, for evaluation of risks, and for the valorization of the monuments and sites themselves. But this mainly from the point of view of digitization. If we, the project should implement the guidelines to set up a competence center, okay, from the legal point of view, from the operational point of view, and for all the other aspects. And the competence center should act at different levels, interconnecting bodies of cultural heritage, private and public, at national level, obviously at European level, but also at local level. And so a large granularity. And this is not trivial to be implemented. So the idea is to have as target the public bodies, professional of small, medium enterprises, from creative industries and so on. So also the target of the project is very large, with very different expertise and so on. Oops, too much. So, okay. To achieve the goal, just to be effective on all different layers from Europe to regional level, the idea is to implement a structure with at least two main levels. The first one is the European level, the second one the national level. The national level are the National Coordination Center. Just to give you an idea, you know that we should produce the guidelines for 3D, but more than 3D, also for scientific data and so on, for the whole Europe. You know that in some way each country in Europe has different legal form for cultural heritage. So if you arrive in Italy, you can expect that it's almost impossible to put data on repositories that, for example, are not in Italy. So the National Center, from this point of view, will help us just to have an interconnected repositories and database at European level. And the regional center should be the places, the regional centers, regionals hub should help us to reach the small and the small enterprises. Okay, so this is the project started about 11 months ago, at the beginning of January, and the duration of the project is of 3 years. Between the month 30 and 36, we should have the kickoff meeting of the competence center. So at present, we have already worked on the user needs at European level, obviously also basing our search using large projects, European projects. Also HIRIS was involved in this data collection, other projects like Europeana, Copernicus, and so on. And after we have the definition of the legal form of the project, because I don't know if in future it will be a consortium or it will be a foundation or something like that, we have to define it, but we will define it obviously with the member states participating to the project and also with the European community, because this is important. At the end, we have the fine-tuning of the procedure, all kind of procedure, operational, but also legal, of the structure, and the kickoff meeting probably within 2 years starting from now. And this is at present, the beginning was the initial picture of the member states participating to the project. In yellow we are Denmark and Lithuania that show the interest in the project. The idea now is the next year is to enlarge so at present we have we have 11 member states plus Swiss and Moldova, okay? But the idea is to increase the number of participants in next year and to extend the partnership of the project. The project has also an advisory board made up by high-level experts from Europe, but and also from, for example, from UNESCO and from ICOMOS and other important subjects. And these advisory boards give feedback on what we are doing or what we are implementing during these phases of the project, and they will be also our ambassadors in the future. Going on, okay, what is the approach? The approach is obviously an holistic approach. We have to take into account that we need, being cultural heritage, absolute interdisciplinarity. We need, being a competence center with oriented, devoted also to technology, also enterprises. So this is strange. It's the partnership is a private-public partnership, and this is important from our point of view because we have more feedback from all the layers of the society, and the idea is to develop together this, I should say, family that in the future should in some way manage and help the Europe to manage and the other project to manage the cultural heritage. Oops, okay. So what we will do, and okay, we will deal with a lot of things. Cloud is obvious because we need a place where store data, but not only store data, but also place for services. Obviously, if you, the idea is to use also EOSC, the European Open Science Cloud. And also because just in these, during these days, we are speaking of data space for cultural heritage in Europe and so on. So this is cloud is in the DNA of 4CH, scientific data. Okay, again, scientific data not as collection of data, but as digital data, okay, because for the collection of data he's in charge to other projects like IRIS, okay, or IRIS or Hyperion HS. And we need information technology, artificial intelligence, and so on. And at the beginning, we have also investigated the best practices and practices of the last years in Europe, produced by the main projects dealing with cultural heritage. Going on, okay, this is just to an example, just to tell. To say why we need to deal with, for example, with scientific data and so on. Digital twin. Digital twin is something that probably is more complex than the original piece, because the digital twin is something that in the future can help us to have a complete idea of the artwork of the site, of the monuments. So in some way, obviously, this contains not only the we have the cloud of points for 3D, which is important. It's extremely important that can be used in the first example, so example for also reconstruction, but also for structural data analysis that are important, because the structural data analysis can preserve monument and sites from risk. If we give a look at South Europe, seismic activities probably is the main tragedy for the natural tragedy, okay, for cultural heritage sites and monuments. On the other side, the same data may be used just to reduce, from one side, mass tourism, can be used for gamification, and this again, for example, just to, if the idea may be of letting young people know why, while playing, that they are part of a common background, an European common background that we share all together for cultural heritage. So this is important too. And again, also for education and training. Education and training at really many different levels, because we don't not only students but also professionals that needs to know how 3D may work, how can scientific data may be collected, found, and used. Because another point of this project is the use of data. Okay, because the use of data is important for us, because so far we have had a lot of data that stays in hard disk of computer, and we normally prefer to have additional measurement, the same measurement, rather than reuse the previous one, and this is a waste of money and of time. So the fallout of the central part of the picture is the activities of the competence center. And I stress again that this competence center is composed of public and private institutions. And this is important, and this is richness for the whole project. Who can benefit from the project? Tourist services, for example, professionals, creative industry, small and medium enterprises. This just to speak only from the side of the private bodies. And technology, yes, this slide is just to tell you that obviously what we are doing now, we are looking for national repositories that are recognized by the government, by the ministries, by the Ministry of Cultural Heritage of the countries. We have started to investigate this solution in 3 countries after I show you. And we are also investigating the access that we must give to the people, because obviously the user has a complete access to its data, but we want to produce a competence center not only for the users of cultural heritage items, but for everything, so for everybody. So, for example, we should give different form of access, for example, to the owners of the item, to the researcher operating on the items, to the citizens, because also citizens may have access to this kind of repositories. So managing the access is not trivial again, is a bit complex. Again, for services, for example, because we may have services hosted by public institution or services hosted by private institution, okay? And this is again our problem, our small issues that must be solved during this phase of the project. And this is what we are doing and what is in progress now for the part of the project. Now, this is the a picture that represents probably last our General Assembly on July of this year, and we decided to start to investigate the background condition, the initial condition that we may have in some countries as pilot for establishing the National Coordination Center. We decided to start with Italy, with normally is one of the most complex, represent one of the most complex situations, and at the same time with Portugal and Cyprus. I think that in the next General Assembly will be stressed that also other countries should start to investigate cultural heritage bodies for private body, but especially ministries and so on, what to expect from our project, okay? Because the idea is to have a constant feedback from end users, from ministries, and so on. and also from private subjects. I think that I'm at the end. Okay, yes. And this is what we are asking to our partners to look for sustainability inside their country for the creation of a national competence center, to look for the involvement of the cultural heritage bodies, networking capabilities of the, for example, research structure that they have in their country, and to look at the digital infrastructure that can be used in their country. Because at the beginning, for sure, the idea is to have a federated infrastructure, and in my idea, everything, a cloud, an European cloud is perfect, okay? I don't know if the European cloud for us will be ready in time for the pilot of the project. So now what we are trying to do is to understand what we can do with using our capabilities, okay? After, in the future, when the Europe will tell us, okay, this is ready, you can use it, we can move everything on the structure suggested by European Commission. Any kind of question for Spain can be sent to Isabel, which is the partner, our partner in Spain for the project. A general question can be sent to the project itself, and we will answer to you as soon as possible. Obviously, to carry out this project and to I don't say complete, because complete can be completed something in such a few time with such large aspects to be investigated and done. And we need the help of everybody, and the collaboration of everybody, and the feedback of everybody, because what we are doing in some way should reflect what people expect from us. Thank you very much, and this is the end. Okay, perfect.
So thank you very much, Francesco, for this interesting initiative. I don't know if maybe, okay, if you have any questions.
But also later, we are open to questions. You have the link. You can send us all the curiosity that you want to do. Also because, as I've said, we are... The project is in construction, okay? We are trying to understand the space that we have for the construction of nodes. We work together with the European Commission, the DG Connect unit, because this is important, and we are conscious of the fact that we need to interact with all the bodies that can be interested in this project. Mm-hmm. So.
Okay, so let's go to the last speaker of this session. Is Paula Carmona from the Instituto de Química Física Roca Solano from the CSIC here in Spain. And she is involved in Hyperion HS project, and also she is coordinating a national network in cultural heritage. So we are talking in this session about networks, about infrastructure, how to share infrastructure and how to share knowledge. So thank you very much, Paula, and now the floor is yours, please.
Thank you for having me. I'm here to introduce, among another initiative, as already mentioned Isabel, the Hyperion HS project, which is the acronym from Integrating Platforms for European Research Infrastructure on Heritage Science. I'm working at, as she mentioned, at the Roca Solano Institute, which belongs to the Spanish National Research Council, which is one of the partners of the project. heritage science is a rapidly developing scientific domain with very important collaborative initiatives, such the one that has been already presented here, and the ones that I'm about to present, in which the built heritage community may have or have a very important stake in it. I'm going to introduce you the Hyperion HS project, also the IRIS, the European Research Infrastructure on Heritage Science, and also at a national level, the Spanish National Research Thematic Platform on Cultural Heritage. It's called PTI País. As already Adriana mentioned previously, the importance of research on the heritage science domain is clear for the European Commission. There is a, there is a cluster, the cluster 2, the cluster in culture, creativity, and inclusive society, in which there are opportunities for the protection and conservation of cultural heritage, and also there are initiatives in which are involved cultural and creative industries. And across the previous funding programs, it has been built, it has been established a really highly structured network of major centers of research in heritage science, including research institutes, including also research laboratories, conservation institutes, or universities, to name a few. Everything started in 1999 with this ECN Labs Tech project, which was participated by 11 members from 8 countries. And now we are at Hyperion. We are 67 members for 23 countries. And the ultimate goal of those 20 years of European cooperation is the establishment of a permanent European research infrastructure areas, which I'll introduce a little bit later. But now let me give a brief overview of Hyperion HS, which is the current project. And as already mentioned, it's participated by 23 countries, including the member states, also associated countries and extra-European countries, including USA, Brazil, and Mexico. And the main activities, or the activity fronts of this project, are the transnational access, in which there are the possibility of access to, I would say, to the facilities, and also to the human resources, the expertise of the human or the researchers working on the project. Also, the joint research activities for better interoperability of data, but also better interoperability of instrumentation and methodologies. And the last but not least is the integrating activities, which are the networking activities for building this heritage science community together. The main core activities of this project, Hyperion HS, are the transnational access. The project offers, free of charge, access to a wide range of high-level scientific instrumentation, also methodologies and data collections for the advancements on the science, on the heritage science community. And who can apply, who can access to one of these instrumentations or our facilities or data archives. It can apply researchers in academia, also public institutions, industry as well. And the process is quite simple. In the web page, the proposal is submitting a proposal which is evaluated by a panel of experts. And there are available more than 180 services which are distributed along 3 platforms which are aimed to respond to the needs of the scientific heritage community. And there are, as I mentioned, 3 platforms. Our lab is the one that offers access to physical and digital data collections. There is the Fixed Lab platform that offers access to fixed facilities, such as particles accelerators, for instance, a synchrotron, or lab-based equipment, such the one we have in our lab. Rocasolano Institute is one of the fixed lab providers, and also the MOLAB that offers access to a mobile analytical instrumentation for in situ measurement. I will encourage you to have a look at the catalog of service because there's always open calls. The 30th of November was closed one, but there's another open right after that day. And Hyperion HS and also IRIS are organizing a series of webinars and outreach activities with the state-of-the-art of information on heritage research, and also with the last instrumentation and policies. And back in September, there was a webinar on built heritage, which is right in the center of the slide, in which was shown the possibilities that the Hyperion HS can offer to the built heritage community. And I encourage you also to have a look if you didn't watch it back then. And let me now introduce to IRIS. IRIS is the culmination of all these integration and access projects, such as Hyperion HS. And it was created as a response to the need of the scientific community because the previous project, there were a distinct project that could not guarantee the continuity of the activities. So in 2016 was created this European research infrastructure, was included in the roadmap of the European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructure. And right now we are in the we have been in the preparatory phase. There was a project for the preparatory phase between 2017 and 2021. Now we are in implementation phase, and hopefully the IRIS will be already operational in 2023. IRIS is defined as a distributed research infrastructure for heritage interpretation, conservation, documentation, and management, and will offer access to tools and services such as to an interdisciplinary community, including the built heritage community, of course. And this leap towards a permanent research infrastructure will hopefully will have, for sure, an impact on the society and economy. How is going to be structured IRIS? IRIS is gonna inherit the previous platforms, RLAC, FixLab, and MolLab of the previous project, but also IRIS will be launching a new platform, DigiLab, that will offer virtual access to not only data but also digital tools. And here in Spain, in the Spanish National Research Council is Digital CSIC, the one that is in charge of working on this cloud-based platform. And this is the structure that we have. This infrastructure will have a central hub located in Florence that we will coordinate the whole infrastructure and will be the unique access point to the facilities. And also there will be national hubs that will organize the facilities. Right now the national hubs are presently being set up, but there are different stages of development. And this is, I would like to introduce you the Spanish node of IRIS, which is composed not only for research institutions such as the Spanish National Research Council, CSIC, but also regional governments, universities, and also the Cultural Heritage Institute of Spain is part of the Spanish node of IRIS, and is coordinated by the Spanish National Research Council, by CSIC, which is also the coordinator of this platform that already Isabel mentioned, the Spanish National Research Thematic Platform on a heritage science, which is called CSIC PT País. And just to finish this presentation, I think I'm being very fast, I don't know. I would like you to introduce you this platform with a short video. It's in Spanish, but also with translation in English, with subtitles in English. So let's see if it's work.
El patrimonio cultural es, según la UNESCO, un producto y un proceso que suministra a las sociedades un caudal de recursos que se hereda del pasado, se crea en el presente y se transmite a las futuras generaciones para su beneficio. Activo fundamental de la cohesión social, el avance socioeconómico y el desarrollo sostenible, el patrimonio cultural es un recurso único, no renovable y localizado. El Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas ha creado la plataforma temática interdisciplinar Patrimonio Abierto, Investigación y Sociedad, PTI País, para abordar el estudio, la conservación y la difusión del patrimonio cultural tangible o material de España. Los bienes culturales tangibles suponen un testimonio histórico y cultural clave, de ahí que la UNESCO los considere bienes inestimables e irreemplazables que las sociedades deben salvaguardar. Para ello es necesario impulsar la investigación científica y técnica interdisciplinar en ciencia del patrimonio. 3 son los grandes retos que aborda la plataforma. Desarrollar investigación interdisciplinar de alto impacto para la conservación del patrimonio cultural material de nuestro país. Garantizar el acceso al conocimiento sobre ciencia del patrimonio cultural tangible. Y promover la transferencia a la sociedad de la tecnología y el conocimiento generados. Estos desafíos están alineados, entre otras iniciativas, con las misiones de investigación del Programa Marco Horizonte Europa y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible de Naciones Unidas.
Nuestra misión es impulsar la transferencia a la sociedad del conocimiento sobre la conservación y restauración del patrimonio cultural tangible. Ese es el objetivo fundamental, basándonos en todo el conocimiento y toda la actividad generada en una trayectoria de más de 20 años de colaboración entre grupos en un ámbito interdisciplinar.
10 grupos de investigación del CSIC procedentes de centros como el Instituto Química Física Rocasolano, el Instituto de Geociencias, el Instituto de Historia o el Centro Nacional de Investigaciones Metalúrgicas, científicos de otras instituciones de conservación y gestión del patrimonio y un total de 36 entidades asociadas, entre las que se encuentran centros educativos, museos, archivos, así como empresas afines, trabajan juntos en el marco de la PTI País. Procedentes de distintos ámbitos y disciplinas, estos agentes colaboran sinérgicamente en el desarrollo de capacidades conjuntas, la adquisición de nuevos conocimientos y la adopción de soluciones innovadoras para una mejor comprensión del patrimonio cultural y su conservación de modo sostenible.
Abordamos estudio del patrimonio tangible en todos sus aspectos, bienes de tipo arquitectónico, esculturas, patrimonio material, pinturas, colecciones arqueológicas, etc. Todas estas capacidades pues, nos sirven para diseñar nuevos materiales de conservación y restauración, abordar problemas de restauración, por ejemplo, eliminar biodeterioro sobre distintos tipos de substratos.
La PTI País cuenta con un conocimiento experto, técnicas, instalaciones y metodologías que pueden ser empleadas en caracterizar, diagnosticar y mitigar la degradación de los materiales y de los bienes culturales. La plataforma ya ha comenzado a producir resultados innovadores que están siendo transferidos al ámbito de las industrias culturales y de la conservación del patrimonio.
Yo podría citar muchos ejemplos, como puede ser la formulación de tratamientos avanzados para la conservación o para la limpieza de bienes culturales, algunos de ellos basados en desarrollos de nanomateriales, de nanotecnología, aplicación de técnicas no destructivas que se pueden desarrollar in situ, que pueden ser portátiles, amigables para el usuario, basadas en el uso de haces de luz, como láseres o rayos X, o bien técnicas que se desarrollan en laboratorios fijos, basadas, por ejemplo, en el uso de haces de iones.
Aparte de culminar en el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías avanzadas, la actividad investigadora y el liderazgo de los grupos del CSIC que participan en la PTI País servirán para evitar la fragmentación, la duplicación de esfuerzos y el aislamiento de los equipos de investigación, factores que hasta ahora han dificultado el aprovechamiento de las ventajas competitivas de la ciencia del patrimonio en nuestro país.
So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Paula. It has been a really interesting initiative. And okay, I don't know if some of you have some questions for Paula. No? Okay, anyway, thank you very much for your intervention, and thank you to all of you also for your participation in this session. I think we are mostly on time. So thank you, and see you during the dinner or tomorrow morning. Okay, bye-bye.